everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Survivor's Day. Yeah, we had a nice day yesterday. Big thank you to Rick and Martin for helping us out yesterday. Morgan, I'm sorry. I'm waking up still. I'll be all right. I'm wearing a different hat for those of you who didn't see the football games last night. So,
We're glad you came prepared.
I came prepared just in case. If they'd have lost, it'd be a different hat. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have another really good day today. For those of you who have been with Bjorn before, you know how good his presentations are. If you haven't, you're in for a great day, just like yesterday with Tim. So let's get going. Bjorn, take it away.
Thank you very much, Perry. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad to see another Shiloh discussion group here. Now, we're not going to really do much interpretation here. We want to get out onto the battlefield. But I will give you the overview of today's programs. We're going to do one program, the first one, at Stockade Redan, and Rick gave you the instructions that we're going to do to get out there. We're going to repeat Dr. Smith's strategy from yesterday that I am going to follow in his footsteps and force you all to be good friends and hang out together and have conversations in cars because we cannot have a long car caravan. We need to get as many people in each vehicle as possible, and we're having at least we're going to have at least one experimental parking job that will work, but it does require the fewest possible vehicles. And so we're going to do that, follow all the rest. The three programs we're going to do today are the Mountaineers at Stockade Redan. We're going to learn a little bit about West Virginia and the regiment that they sent here. West Virginia, how about that? We'll probably talk about that. And then once we survive that one, we are going to visit the death pit, the mine explosion, which could be an easy program, but because of the rehabilitation of the Illinois Monument, it's going to be a good old hard one, just like the other. And so we'll learn about that. And then finally tonight, later this afternoon, we might use that extra hour. Later this afternoon, we are going to do an engineering program. We're going to learn about engineering and hydrography and all the other things that will teach us about the Grants Canal project and why that either worked or perhaps didn't. And that's what we're going to get to. But let's not start the day by hanging around here. Let's team up. Let's get into our cars. Let's get into our vehicles. And I am going to lead us with this Range Rover. I don't know. They rented it to me. Yeah. It has Kentucky plates. For today, I'm from Kentucky. Let's talk about Vicksburg. Hello, everybody. My name is Bjorn Skaptason, and I am your, let's call it program director for today's programs. If you remember me from last year, I had the distinct privilege of spending 3 years as a seasonal ranger at Shiloh National Military Park 20 years ago. I am still riding that, yes. And even though we have actual rangers here, but I learned to do these programs, and I love to come back and work with Shiloh Discussion Group every year to do really great programs on the Shiloh battlefield, which is why I feel distinctly out of place right now. One of the things about, one of the aspects about being able to put together one of your good Shiloh programs is, and I'm sure you see this when Dr. Smith takes you around, and then also when I do it, is that we know everything. We're only going to tell this story, but we know all the stories. We know if we look across the field, yeah, that's that monument, that's that other monument. Now, what you're going to get right here today is my best research on the topic I told you I was going to talk about. And if anybody has a question on anything else, I'm just going to go to the people that do actually know the battlefield intimately. And therefore, even as we start, I want to say thank you to Rick and thank you to Morgan again for coming with us. Rick and Morgan are licensed battlefield guides, which means that when they volunteer information today, that is compensable expertise.
We have good housekeeping and seal of approval.
So, I would recommend this. Each time we throw to them and they volunteer their compensable expertise, say in your mind, I'm going to drop one more coin in that Friends of Vicksburg battlefield tip jar. Okay? And again, thank you to the Friends of the Vicksburg National Military Park. We would not be able to be here if it had not been for their generosity. Anyway, that's what we're going at right now. If you have questions, I'll do my best. And but I'm going to try to also tell the stories that I told you I was going to tell you. And I will not be able to hold on to those themes in a disciplined way because I want to talk about everything else. But that'll be fine too. The first program today is called Mountaineers at Vicksburg. Mountaineers at Vicksburg, and we will be following the fortunes of the 4th West Virginia Regiment in their fighting here at Stockade Redan. Now, of course, we're going to start this story about a regiment of Unionist Southerners at the Confederate fort. So one of the themes we're going to discuss today is who gets to be what? Who gets to choose their identity and who gets to choose identities for others? That's going to be part of it. What happens to the personal identity of soldiers as they're campaigning and fighting during the war, and the political situations in their homes change while they're out in the field. Okay? So that's going to be one of the issues that we look at today. Another issue that is cultural is going to be more military, and we're going to touch on it more than once. These mountaineers are part of the Union Army's 15th Corps. And the last couple of years, I have been flogging a particular military hobby horse that I like after reading Eric Burke's wonderful book, Soldiers from Experience. And that's, to me, that's an important book if you want to change your mind about how the Civil War was fought and how the way the soldiers fought the Civil War changed, particularly in one particular unit, the Union Army's 15th Corps. And in that corps, this particular scholar, Eric Burke, introduces the concept of tactical culture. Tactical culture, which we will talk about in depth later. I'm not going to go into it now, but suffice to say, every military unit is made up of people. And the people in that unit develop amongst themselves a unique culture. And neither the orders from above nor the doctrines in their training manuals can necessarily force them to do things a certain way when the vibe of the unit forms its own particular culture. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. That's for another stop, but that is one of the topics that we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about the Mountaineers, we're going to talk about the tactical culture, and then if I remember it, we'll get around to the May 19th and May 22nd assaults upon the Stockade Redan at the Vicksburg siege, the Vicksburg assaults. And the reason I wanted to stop here at first is because from the point of view of the Confederates, we can see the entire program that we're about to walk. Yesterday, I know you went down to the bayou, and so they would have lost sight of you. But if there was some Confederate soldier up here in Stockade Redan that just wanted to stand here and watch us do the entire program, we would probably never go out of his sight. It's all going to be right here in front of us. Well, there's trees over there. But we're going to visit the 4th West Virginia Monument. They have several different markers that the veterans themselves of the regiment put up on the battlefield, and we're going to visit those. We're going to visit the site of their May 19th assault, which is over here, and we're going to visit the site of their May 22nd assault, which is over here, and we're going to visit the site of their rifle pits from where they began sniping, sharpshooting at this position, also over there. So those are the locations that we're going to go to, okay? Now, in order to also have interesting stuff to talk about while we're walking and while we're moving, we won't confine ourselves strictly to the Mountaineers the entire time. We're going to see what we're seeing as we're walking along. Now, I know that Tim showed you a lot of good stuff yesterday, but I do have, we do have some characters in our story that I find particularly interesting. And like the Virginians, they are Southerners, but unlike the Virginians, they belong on this side of the ramparts. And so we're going to, at one point, we are going to visit the 27th Louisiana Redan, which you'll see right over here. That is the place that the 4th West Virginia tried to go and was not able to get to. So the stories of the Louisiana troops and some of the Missouri troops, especially on the 19th of May, the first assault, those are some compelling stories. And so we're going to have a chance to tell those stories as well. And it's a little bit of a diversion from our topic, but they're good stories, and we're not going to have to walk a mile to get those stories. So those are the places that we're going to visit. And so I think for our first stop, so that we can get moving, we're going to head back down, get on the road, maybe talk here somewhere, and then head on down that way. Do I have any questions before we begin our workout? All right, let's get limbered up. Let's go this way. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hide that very much. Tim probably mentioned yesterday in some way, well, I heard him mention it, is that the Confederate defense of Vicksburg was not prepared at the time that the Union Army arrived here. The main part of that defense were large, well-dug and well-fortified bastions of one kind or another that protected the roads. Tim was describing to you yesterday at the Great Redoubt program how the Jackson Road has two forks on it, because that was the most important route to get into Vicksburg. And the Graveyard Road, which is the road we're on right now, is a secondary road, but it still needed to be protected, and that's why we have this Stockade Redan. The fort here, there was a stockade with posts. Do you know, can we point exactly where the posts were?
Would have been right about there where the vehicles are parked.
Yeah, right about where the vehicle. So it's a Redan with stockades in on its flank.
30-inch diameter poplar trees.
Yes.
Is what it's made from. So.
Right. But that was the only defense of this road. The roads were defended. The areas between the forts on the 19th of May, 1863, were unprotected, and so the one Confederate unit that we're going to meet a little bit later, 27th Louisiana, began. They were in Vicksburg.
Not coming.
Vehicle.
Yeah, let's make room for him. On the 18th, they knew that the disaster had occurred at Champion Hill. The refugees, the stragglers from that battle were coming into the city, and then the men of the 27th Louisiana, Colonel Leon Marks commanding, were ordered to get out to the Graveyard Road and help protect it. And they got out here, if I'm remembering it correctly, it was during the night of April 18th and 19th. And it was actually on the calendar day, the 19th, that the 27th began building the 27th Louisiana Redan. So I want you to keep that in mind when they have to defend that thing later today. There are parts of the Vicksburg defenses that are formidable and ready to go, like the Stockade Redan. And then just a few feet further, there is an opening that if the Federals were to get around and get in, they could take Stockade Redan from the rear. And it was only at the last minute, I believe, I shouldn't be quoting exact times when I don't know them, but I'm going to say around 3 in the morning of the 19th is when Colonel Marks and the 27th arrive here, and they get out picks and shovels and they start building that fort in that moment. And they're going to have to fight for it later against those mountaineers when they attack it, and the rest of General Hugh Ewing's brigade. Now, part of that, there's one other story that's going to be really interesting there, that the Confederates defending this place did not know where Grant was, where Sherman was, or when the Federals would arrive. The disasters at Champion Hill and the Black River Bridge had totally disorganized the field army. The divisions that had gone into the field were not able to bring back good intelligence. Who was chasing? It was just stragglers coming into the town. The Yankees are right behind us. No, the Yankees are 2 days behind us. The Yankees haven't crossed the river yet. And so the Confederate High Command had a poor idea of where Grant was. And I hope I'm right on the date here, and I'm open for correction, but I believe it is on the 18th that staff officer from General Martin Luther Smith's division, whose name is Wiggs, leads a reconnaissance out the Graveyard Road in order to see where the Yankees are coming. The idea is he might need to take the reconnaissance as far as Black River and find out whether the Yankees have crossed the river yet. He mentioned that after going several hundred yards, somebody shot at him. So if you would look to the rear, perhaps just about where there's that second gap in the ridge, second from our point of view, somebody shot at him. He remembered standing up in his stirrups. He was telling the Park Commission, Rigby, this years later, I think 1904. He remembered standing up in his stirrups, looking at who had shot at him, and shouting, "Who the hell are you shooting at?" And then someone else shot at him. And he said, right then, I knew it was Yankees. I knew that they were right here. They're not at the Black River. And so he needed to get back into town, report to General Smith, we're out of time. We're out of time, and we need to man the defenses. And that's part of the impetus that sends the 27th Louisiana from the city of Vicksburg to what is going to be interpreted today as the 27th Louisiana Redan. Okay, so the 27th Louisiana, once we get there and have that fight, the 27th Louisiana has only been here a few hours more than the 4th West Virginia. Okay, let's continue on down the road. We're on the way to the monument to the 4th West Virginia. Everybody recruits it.
That's the thing.
See now, Illinois got it. That's on the front of mine on the way down here. I think we've got 5 minutes. Welcome to the monument of the 4th.
Bjorn, just before we go, people are going to come around this corner here.
Oh yes, let's be very careful.
That, okay?
Yeah. In fact, I'll move back a little bit.
Maybe faster than they should.
Kind of like
A little bit about these people, about these guys, because regiments, especially Civil War regiments, are not just game pieces that generals push around the board. They are people from communities that came together and went out into the field to fight. So they all come from somewhere, and that's going to be different than the way the U.S. military is organized today, where everybody comes to a training camp and then they're assigned to their specialty and they go off and they do their thing. These are communities that send their men in a company to fight all together. When Parkersburg, West Virginia, when Wyandotte, West Virginia sends their people out, then those people are forever connected to the communities. They write back. People in the communities know what's happening in the field. People in the field want to know what's happening in the communities. And so they are, they're intrinsically tied to their homes. A popular song from the day described the golden cord between the soldiers in the field and the folks at home. The empty chair is what I'm talking about. The soldier dies, the golden cord is severed. That's the tragedy. So where do they come from? Who are these guys? Okay. First of all, they're not West Virginians. They're Virginians. In the spring of 1861, the western mountainous counties of the Commonwealth of Virginia were not on board with this project of secession. And they had a lot of unionist attitudes, a lot of unionist people in the mountain counties of Virginia. They also had very intensely loyal and combative pro-Confederate people in these counties. And so these western mountain counties of Virginia fell into a state of irregular civil war right from the beginning of the war, meaning people were killing their neighbors just as soon as they felt like they had permission to go out and kill their neighbors. And so you see a lot of really ugly stuff happening early in the Civil War. The Battle of Wyandotte happens in November of 1861. Some of these guys are going to be from Wyandotte, which I believe is now if you went there today, it would be a neighborhood in the Point Pleasant, in the city of Point Pleasant. Is that what it's called? Yep. Yeah, Point Pleasant, yep. West Virginia, yeah. And so they were having a battle right there as early as November 1861. Their neighbors from across the Ohio River, who were forming regiments there, jumped in boats and rowed across and jumped out and participated in the battle. So that gives us some idea about the status of Virginia when the war starts and when these men make their decision on which side they're going to fight for. It's not predetermined as if you were from Alabama or Vermont that you're going to be a Confederate or Union. It's everybody's going to make their own decision, and that decision reflects back on the community, and it might reflect back on your family if you choose one side or the other and they're stuck there. Now, I am going to say there's another part of the social identity of these people that some of you that go on the Shiloh programs has experienced before. A few years ago, we did a program on the Kentucky Brigade of Sanders Bruce at Shiloh. And one of the parts of that program is that we noticed that all three of the regiments in that brigade came from the Ohio River counties of Kentucky. And we found that the men in those regiments were much more culturally and socially attached to the Ohio River and the communities along the Ohio River than they were to the rest of Kentucky. Indeed, the 1st and 2nd Kentucky organized themselves in Cincinnati. And so for that program, a lot of you probably weren't on that program, but on that program, we sort of identified something a person could be, an identity a person could be during the Civil War, which we call Trans-Ohio. The folks living on either side of the Ohio River live a very particular life. They move around more than the people that are inland. They get on riverboats. They go up and down. They meet other different people. They're a little more cosmopolitan in that they get around and they travel and they meet other people. They have kinship networks that straddle the river. And they have friendship networks that straddle the river. And so we found then that, patriotic Confederate Kentuckians did not consider the 1st Kentucky to be Kentuckians. You don't get to be Kentuckians. We choose whether you're Kentuckians. You're not. You went to Cincinnati. You're something else now. You're Yankees. Okay, long way around. Go upstream a little bit, and in the summer and fall of 1861, the 4th Virginia Regiment is forming along the Ohio River communities of Virginia. And their kinship networks straddle the river. And their friendship networks straddle the river. And their economic networks straddle the river. And so lots of people cross from Ohio into Virginia and join the 4th Virginia Regiment. All for their own reasons, but lots of Ohioans join this regiment. Just like lots of Virginians cross the river to join Ohio regiments. They got their own reasons because they have to do with these networks, economic, kinship, social networks. And so once the 4th West Virginia guys start to come together, especially their neighbors that favor the Confederacy and are going to join Confederate units will point at them and say, they're not real Virginians. They're not real Virginians. They all came over from Ohio. They're actually Yankees from Ohio, and therefore now they can't be Virginians anymore. They don't have any say in what their neighbors say about who they are, but somehow the Confederate point of view is that these Virginians have forfeited their sacred Virginianness, and now they're something else. They, of course, are dedicated to the Union cause, either from the political point of view or from the family or from the area networks. And which finally arrives at this conclusion of all of the Trans-Ohio units. The men in Trans-Ohio units, whether it's the 1st Kentucky, the 53rd Ohio, or the 4th Virginia, have more in common with people on the other side of the river than they do with people in Richmond or Columbus or Frankfort, okay? And so socially, they're very close, and that society is is attached to the Ohio River. Now let's start looking at our monument here. This is the monument that the West Virginia Park Commission commissioned and built in the early part of the 20th century. And while I didn't write down the date because it's not specifically relevant, it's around 1920, 21, 22, maybe a little bit later in the development and design of the park with the tablets and the monuments and so on and so forth. A little bit late coming. The chief of the commission was a veteran named Horace White, and he was here to give speeches when all this was put up and so on. So this is the West Virginia monument of the 4th West Virginia Regiment. And today we're going to talk about their fighting on the 19th of May, 1863 and the 22nd of May, 1863, to which I want you to remember now. You don't have to remember it all, no, but know now that the regiment that made these attacks and the men who died in these attacks and the men who were wounded in these attacks were fighting in the 9th Virginia Regiment of the Union Army. The 9th Virginia Regiment. Any West Virginians? Hello? Mountaineers? Okay, well, they would tell you that their date of statehood is the 20th of June, 1863. The 20th of June, 1863 is when those mountain counties of the Commonwealth of Virginia officially became part of the United States as West Virginia. Now that is during the siege. That is during the siege. When they attacked on the 19th, they were Virginians, and when they marched into, I don't know if they marched into the city, but when the city surrendered, they were West Virginians. So that's sort of the characteristic of these men, that the social characteristic of these men that we are following. And you can see how they're organized in the 2nd Division, 3rd Brigade, 2nd Division of the 15th Corps. Their colonel is Joseph Andrew Jackson Lightburn. We might talk about him a little bit, but the colonel on site is James A. Dayton. And the good-looking kid cast in bronze up here is Major Arza Goodspeed. It's great to get your visage memorialized in bronze. You look good forever, but one of the ways you get on top of these monuments is martyrdom. So Major Goodspeed is not going to be around at the end of our program. But his memory is going to be the one that the West Virginia Commission chooses to memorialize as representative of these men and their cause and their service and their sacrifice at the siege of Vicksburg. And the 4th West Virginia is the only West Virginia regiment in the battle, and so Major Goodspeed is their representative, their martyr on the monument. Not 100% on this one, but I've already explained why it doesn't matter. I think Arza Goodspeed came from Ohio. Probably worth double go back and double check. But I've already spent all of this time talking about it doesn't matter if you're from Virginia or you're from Ohio. If you're from the Trans-Ohio communities, that's who we are. That's who the 4th West Virginia is. And he's every bit as much a Virginian as an Ohioan, and the West Virginians are every bit as much Ohioans as they are West Virginians. So this is where they put their monument. It's also where they began the attack on May 22nd. We're not going to come back here when we get to the May 22nd fighting, but this would be about the jumping off point for their attack on May 22nd. They were part of this brigade. This brigade is commanded by General Hugh Ewing, and we may talk about a little bit about General Ewing as we go forward when he's part of the story. Not too far in the future, General Ewing will go on leave, and the original commander of the 4th Virginia, Joseph Andrew Jackson Lightburn, will become the commander of this brigade. We may talk a little bit about Joseph Lightburn later if the opportunity presents itself. So, do we feel like we've gotten these guys to the Vicksburg battlefield? These are the Virginians. They're going to be West Virginians. They were organized in Virginia. You know what? I will do just another minute. Their first service was in West Virginia and in the Canal Valley campaign. And that didn't involve a lot of big battles, but it did involve some fighting. And several Ohio regiments were grouped together with them. The 37th, the 47th, and the 30th Ohio were grouped together with them in West Virginia. And so they were doing all this West Virginia fighting. And indeed, these guys were fighting in their own home areas, serving in their own home areas. But in the spring, rather in the winter of 1862 to 1863, a very interesting and Byzantine command decision was made in the Union Army that I have no time to talk about, but suffice to say, General McClernand thought he was going to lead the army to Vicksburg, and General Grant said, no, I think General Sherman will instead, and then sent out orders for various people to gather from the four corners of the Union to gather in Memphis, and then those people became General Sherman's expedition. One of those orders went to Virginia, to the Kanawha Valley of Virginia, and brought this entire brigade, 4th Virginia, 30th, 37th, and 47th Ohio, put them on steamboats, just like the Ohioans, Trans-Ohioans do. Get on the steamboat, move, go somewhere a long way away, and suddenly you're not in the Kanawha Valley anymore. Suddenly you're at Chickasaw Bayou, and that's how these guys got into Grant's army. They had been serving in Virginia. Okay.
Real quick question, I'm interested to know, once the news of statehood got to them here, did they change their unit designation right then?
I don't know what happened during the siege. I would guess they continued to dig holes and hide in them and go up and do sharpshooting. But I wouldn't be able to tell you what date they got a West Virginia flag and they had a parade and became the 4th West Virginia. But they became West Virginians on the 20th of June. Hey, let's move on back. We're going to keep, for the time being, keep it easy. Okay? No, not easy.
Yeah, but then when you get 65, it comes back up.
Oh, I hope so. When you get 70.
Well, I'm just I love that. I chuckle every day when I tear the page to see what the new day is.
The monuments as we go by. We do not have time to read everything, but remember, I already told you, Ewing's brigade is the 4th West Virginia, the 30th, 37th, and 47th Ohio, and so just keep your eyes open. Their monument was there. That's where they jumped off on the May 22nd assault, and this is where the 37th did. 37th under Colonel Edward Cyber, Lieutenant Colonel Louis von Blessing, a Ohio regiment that is largely, but not entirely, German in their origin. So it's one of those sort sort of Union ethnic regiment. It's not quite like the Irish Brigade or the 32nd Indiana that's all German speaking, but they had a lot of Germans in the 37th Ohio.
Yeah, next time I go up there, Oh, is there not? Okay. I knew there was some stuff up there, but you know, I didn't know what was. I didn't read into it. I tried to get up these things in Illinois last night. I wanted to get the Lincoln too, but I couldn't get there. Wasn't able to get there in time. I'll try and catch that next time.
It's nice blend, it's very warm and very cool at the same moment.
Our behavior parrots those of soldiers on the campaign in the Civil War. There's someone that gives an order and sets the pace, and then there are a few people that they're excited to do that, and then some other people decide they're not going to move quite as fast, and then in the back there you have your coffee coolers. Yeah. Now, as I understand it, the term coffee cooler among Civil War soldiers comes from a joke they would tell each other about that guy in their company, that every time they would get the order to line up and march away, he would somehow every time have a fresh cup of coffee right then. And we go, I'll catch up with you guys. I just got to drink my coffee. Let a guy have my coffee. And so that this became a running joke among soldiers on both sides, that the coffee cooler was that guy who was always somehow ended up to be last in line or arriving at the new camp an hour after everybody else had gotten there. All right, let's get started. We have actually come to 27th Louisiana Redan, so let's go ahead and stay for a minute on the topic of the Confederate defenders and Colonel Leon Marks. It's still dark on the morning of the 19th of May, 1863, and this fortification does not exist yet. The flank of Stockade Redan is open. Go ahead and look. It looks pretty secure right now in 2025 because there's a fort here, because they built one. But at 3 in the morning on the 19th of May, 1863, there was not. And if something had happened, if Yankees had gotten up here, if Ewing had been able to move faster, if they decided to make a night attack, if they'd been able to, any number of what it woulda, shoulda, couldas, could have put Federals right here shooting at the backs of those guys. And that whole bastion would have been useless. And the Federals would have gone straight down the Graveyard Road. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. We're not going to do that. But the reason that didn't happen was because the 27th Louisiana came out here on the double, and it was about 3 in the morning when they arrived here, and Colonel Marks realized that there was not any defense, and he started people digging. He started his guys digging. They didn't go to bed. They started digging. They knew the Yankees were somewhere. Well, they knew the Yankees were there, but they didn't know where that they might be there. They might be anywhere. They might be down there. So in the dark, these Louisiana folks start digging. I heard Dr. Smith yesterday. Apparently it's Louisiana. Am I right?
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Okay, good. Yeah, if I have any Louisianans, I want to hear.
I'm north of I-20, so that doesn't count.
Oh, okay. But these Louisianans are digging here, and all through the night, they're digging and starting to put up the rampart, which is going to be right here. And they have an engineer officer from, I believe it's from, I believe it's probably Captain Shoup, if he's still a captain. I don't know his rank at the time. Gosh, no, he's a brigade commander. I'm right about that, all right?
Shoot brigade commander.
I was wrong, but now I'm right after you helped me. Shoup was a brigade commander. He's an engineer, and he says, hey, make it a redan. Don't just shovel up dirt, create a redan. Meaning, go out, there's a point, and then it comes back. You can cover all of this area down there and all that area down there. And these guys get to digging, and then the sun comes up, and they're still digging, and they're still creating a rampart. And in time, some artillery will be brought up to support them. Some of that's interpreted right here. In time, a few companies of Missouri Confederate regiment, 2nd Missouri Regiment, will come up to help them. But as the sun comes up, they are starting to get a little bit of a defense. They're starting to get a pile of earth that looks like an arrow and is open in the back, a redan. And they're starting to get to where they can defend it. Now they're still armed with picks and shovels. Those muskets aren't part of the equation yet. And then, so during the entire morning of the 19th, they're working furiously. And of course, they have an intense anxiety that the Yankees could come at any time. The Yankees could come at any time. And I have no doubt that they can hear the field music and orders and bugles and drums over here. And quite possibly they can hear the movement of Federals moving south, moving west on the next major ridge over. The ridge that is currently North Union Drive, and we can't go there. But they would have been aware of this, and their neighbors over here. Is that 26th Louisiana?
Yeah, 26th,
Next one over, 26th
26th.
Louisiana, began building their own, extending the fortifications that way. Because just like there's no fortification here, there's nothing else until the next road comes up. So all of the areas that doesn't have a road intersecting were not, didn't have fortifications at all. And now the Confederates are digging furiously over there in the area of the 26th Louisiana. Before long, the sharpshooting starts. The sniping starts. The Confederates are not yet, Confederates are not yet engaged themselves in battle. They're just targets. So I don't know exactly who on the Union side is. Could be the Mountaineers because they're about to make their appearance here. But you've got sharpshooters starting to appear in the afternoon of the 19th in this area. Not down the road, in this area. Shooting at the Confederates as they dig. And then finally in the afternoon, about 3 in the afternoon of the 19th, the Federals come up out of Mid-Spring Bayou, and they attack this position, and there's a ferocious fight, and they eventually are able to repel the Federals from their front. During the time that they're digging, I want to add this as a bit of knowledge of the terrain. During the time they're digging, there's a house, the little cabin out here on the, somewhere out here on the nose of this ridge. It's not hard to guess where it should be because there's nowhere else to build a house once you get over there. But there's a little cabin, and they don't have even have a chance to do anything about that cabin during the day when they're building this entrenchment. And so during the course of the battle, Federals occupy that cabin. The cabin's a little higher than everything else, and they can shoot. Again, that sharpshooting is getting inside the fortifications and knocking Confederates over. So after the Federals finally retreat, the Confederates have to, the 27th Louisiana has to put together a detail with fire, torches, run out there and burn that cabin down. So I think, to me, that's a really interesting story of Colonel Marks and the 27th Louisiana building this fort in the moment before they were attacked. And it also illustrates what I said at the very beginning. The Confederate defenses of Vicksburg were not ready on the 19th. They were far from ready. And it was only by the ferocious energy of the Confederate infantry that moved out to these positions and built most of the fortifications even before the siege started, even while they were waiting for the assaults.
Question about that.
Question you.
The position on the other side where the Missouri monument is, was that kind of an improvised last minute position too? Like this one? Like on the other
That's
side?
a good question.
Was it already there, or was it
Yeah,
built
yeah.
up at the last minute like this?
Yeah, that's a good question, which is an historian's way of hiding the fact that I don't know. But we do have historians that probably do know.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I couldn't either.
All right.
I stumped the expert.
Yeah.
It's possible that they might. I would consult who wrote about stuff over there. General Green? General Green didn't live to write anything.
General Green was killed. Though.
Yeah. So exactly, how those defenses came together is hard to say, other than they did exist by the time the Federals got there. But it was a close run thing. All right, let's go out. We've talked about the defenders, the 27th Louisiana. Let's go out to where the Mountaineers come up that hillside, and then we will shift our perspective back to the 4th Virginia Regiment.
Bjorn, before we go,
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention Marx's profile right here. If you look at the sculpture, this is one of Theo Alice Ruggles Kitson's portrait sculptures, and she is the probably the preeminent female sculptor in the United States in the early 1900s, and she's the most prolific sculptor here in the park. She's got, correct me, Morgan, 72, somewhere around 72 portrait sculptures, and also she did the horse for the Iowa monument, she and her husband, Henry Kitson, and then she did the Massachusetts monument, which we can't see, it's in the closed area. That's the first monument placed on the battlefield in 1903. So, phenomenal sculptor, apparently.
Okay. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And so Marx is by her?
Yes.
And then McLaurin.
That's Brewster over here.
Brewster, okay.
And then Washington is also another Theo Alice Ruggles Kitson. And I was trying to figure out Cockrell back here, but I couldn't see, unless you know who the sculptor is. I couldn't see the name on that.
Didn't actually mention it, but it's important. Lieutenant Colonel McLaurin was killed on the 19th. I'm right about that? The Marx was killed on the 28th.
Right.
Yeah, but McLaurin was killed during this fight, the second in command of the 27th. All right, we need to get back out over there. Yesterday, you guys went straight down the hill following Dr. Smith, and you can do that again if you want. But what I've learned was that if you walk 50 feet over there,
You don't have.
it's even steeper the entire way. So that's how I'm doing.
Right under the 1863.
Yeah, the last thing I remember seeing of you was your back as you were sliding down. I turned around and went back.
Smart man.
I had business elsewhere.
Anywhere.
I had coffee cooling somewhere.
You heard the earth.
Yeah, look at your coffee.
And but yeah, if you look behind you, that's Mint Spring Bayou, and you've been down there, and it goes right on down. And then on the other side, it goes right on back up. And the area in between is not easily negotiated either. There's lots of up and down there. I haven't seen it myself, but I've stared at it good, long, and hard on topographic maps. So by the now we're going to transition back to the Union point of view. By the afternoon of the 19th, General Hugh Ewing had brought his brigade over here, and it's part of the same division that you followed around yesterday. Giles Smith, right, was over here, and you guys, I saw you took a picture over by 13th U.S., you know. So same division, and it is Ewing's guys that move further to the west. in order to envelop, hopefully envelop, the stockade redan. And there is possibly, I can't tell you exactly what General Ewing knew, but General Ewing, if he had a glass, would have been able to see those Louisiana soldiers throwing up dirt just as fast as he could. He could have thought to himself, well, if we can get across this thing and get up there, we might be able to gate rush these guys and get them over there. The way the assaults of the 19th turned out, such lopsided victories for the defenders, it tends to fool us into thinking that the orders to attack that came from Sherman, Grant, and Sherman on down were somehow a foolish waste. But I'm certain that they would not have given the order if they did not think they had a chance to gate rush Vicksburg. And if they could just get over this one area before it was defended, then quite possibly there are no more defenses all the way to the river, which was the case. And from over there, General Ewing might have been able to see the guys digging. He might have been able to see the open backside of Stockade Redan. And so when he gives his orders, his hope, I imagine, would be, if we can keep up with Smith, if we can get, we're gonna have to go all the way down and all the way back up, which is, it's considerably worse here than it is over there. And it's really bad over there.
We've been both.
Yeah. We've done both. And so it's going to be down, it's going to be up. They're going to have to move fast, but they've already lost a lot of time. I'm sure Ewing would have loved to be in position to make that attack in the morning. Couldn't get there. The Federals are still coming up the road. Ewing is the first person to move along that ridge over there. He's of course going to have to watch his flank, make sure there aren't not Confederates coming up over there. It takes time. So finally in the afternoon, he gets his regiments in line. And I am going to try to list these, but I'm wide open to correction. On the left, he has the 47th Ohio. On the right of them, he has the Mountaineers of the 4th Virginia. On the right, he has the 37th Ohio, this German regiment. We passed their monument. And then in reserve, weighted to the left, he has the 30th Ohio regiment. And he's going to make he decides he's going to make a line of battle attack. He doesn't have time here to experiment with tactical, various tactical options. He's got to go. So he just gets everybody in line with one regiment in reserve, which is doctrine. He's doing it right. And down they go. They jump off and down they go. They get all the way down into Mint Spring Bayou. You've been there, I haven't. But from the bottom of the bayou, the 37th Ohio on Ewing's right finds themselves blocked. They can't come up. Where they are, you can't get there from here. And so I'm guessing you were all down there, and there's a you can't get there from here place right over here. Yeah, so you saw it, but I didn't. So you remember that. That is the position of the 37th Ohio, and they simply can't go. But they're going to support the attack by fire. So they're going to participate, but they're going to support the attack by fire. 4 regiments are now 3. The front line was 3 regiments, it's now 2, and the reserve is 1. So what's coming straight up this hill, if you look to the rear again, and you've been down that hill, that is 4th Virginia. That is Colonel Drayton and Major Goodspeed and all of the rest of those mountaineers coming straight up this incline. Over there is going to be 47th Ohio. And so when it comes time to make the attack on the 27th Louisiana Redan, Ewing's brigade of 4 regiments is 2. Okay? So he's considerably reduced before anybody's shot at him. And of course they can't be seen from the Redan down there. When it comes to fighting, it's going to be close quarter fighting. But they're going to have to work their way up this. And that's what they do in the heat of the 19th of heat and dust of the 19th of May. So let's turn around, go back up.
I could just say,
Oh yeah.
You think about these soldiers. They're just pulling in on the 18th and 19th. The food situation is really bad. The ration situation is really bad. This army is close to culminating as far as the rations go. They hadn't received rations since the 15th at Raymond, and I think maybe they get one more ration, but not everybody's getting this food. Not everybody's getting these rations. But what they do have plenty of is bullets. So that's one of the reasons why Grant presses on the 19th. As Bjorn says, gate rush. That's exactly what they're doing. But and Grant doesn't give the order. It's date stamped somewhere around 11:15 in the morning to attack at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That gives everybody 3 hours to get ready. There's going to be very little reconnaissance, very little artillery support, and that's what's happening out here right now. And so when these units come down into these ravines, they don't know that there's been no reconnaissance. They don't know that there's another ravine that they have to go down. And you think about what we were doing. We didn't know, being down there, what ravines we were going up or down. Think of the same thing, except the 4th West Virginia, one of the things they're doing is they're wearing their packs. Mm-hmm. Their commander has said, we're going to stay in Vicksburg tonight. So think about, some of the things we did yesterday, and then put maybe a 30 or 40 pound pack on. Mm-hmm. Some of them were wearing that, and
carrying that heavy
carrying that 9-10 pound rifle. Mm-hmm. In wool uniform in the heat of the day here in Mississippi.
Nothing
it's and low on water too.
Mm-hmm. Low on water?
Very low on water. So I just can't imagine.
Leather brogans are tougher. They're not like our hiking boots.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and some without.
Yeah,
because they walked them off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What was the vegetation like? Could you even see the Confederate lines?
Not down here. From the ridge you can.
From the ridge.
Yeah, from the ridges they can. Yeah.
How did that brushy in these ravines?
Yes,
Okay.
extremely. That cane. Think of that. The whole thing filled with cane. The cat's claw down there. All the different vines. All the everything. It was like a jungle down in there.
But think brush, not the
Right.
big trees. we're
Right.
looking
Right,
at
so
today.
just kind of
So
scattered trees.
more
with-
like over here, except taller.
Yeah.
So the cane could be, that cane over there is actually pretty small.
Yeah.
But cane can be way up above your head, and it's just thick, so thick I've heard people describe it as going to a green room. It's like be locking into the middle of a cornfield or something like that when the corn is over your head.
You walk into a cane break, you just
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you can never get more than 3 or 4 feet ahead of you before
Yep,
you gotta
yep.
wade on through.
A quick question.
Yeah.
How did the 37th, I think you said 37th, stuck in the ravine, support by fire with rifles?
I think.
Did they just shoot in the air?
I think. I don't know because I didn't study them for this program. I think I don't know.
You
The
could
professionals might want to jump here. There
All right,
might
so
be some
you are looking
politeness.
You are looking up at about that angle.
Yeah.
So this ridge top's clear.
Yeah.
So anything that silhouettes itself along this ridge top, say a Confederate soldier who happens to stick up to shoot down,
Right.
you've got a target.
So there might have been sharpshooters.
Sharpshooters,
Okay.
probably just what we call suppressive fire
that's
today
right,
too. Just bang, 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 keep their heads down.
Let's also remember with the improvised defense, they didn't have headlogs.
Yeah.
They didn't have the various things that would protect a person from sharpshooters. So even when the Confederates had defenses, it's 4 feet tall, and you have to get up and fight, you have to be exposed from here on up. It's not like it would be later when they'd had more time to perfect.
Remember, these are good old boys from the Midwest or from the South. They both grew up hunting meat for the table. So, you know, you put an accurate military rifle in our hand, it's not that different from that squirrel rifle you use back home. So, I mean, a lot of us are shooters and stuff like this, but think how much these people, it was just part of their life. You know, you went out and you shot a mess of squirrels, and that was supper that night. You know? So, you know, so these were people who often just grew up with rifles in their hands. This is the Western Army. This is not the Eastern, the city folks over there. These are boys who grew up with rifles in their hands. Both sides, Midwest and, so let's say, Mississippi or Minnesota, they probably had a lot more in common than they did different.
It's quite possible. All right, let's head up to the nose of the ridge here. North West Virginia that day. And the answer is I don't know. But this was a regiment that had been in service for about 18 months. And the Union Army did not have a replacement policy. So everybody that fell out of the ranks was gone. It was just an empty billet now.
Probably about 200.
Probably about 200 to I was going to give him another 100. I was going to give him 300.
200 to 300.
But authorized strength of 1,000, probably 200 to 300 actually made it here for the assault. Boy, if it's 200, that butcher's bill even looks uglier than it really is. Yeah. But yeah, probably 200 to 300. I'm sure the 47th Ohio has about the same experience. I mean, it would be almost sad to observe, but they could pretty much fit in this area. They wouldn't have gone all the way down into the brigade. Wouldn't have gone all the way down to the bottom of the hill, and they wouldn't have gone all the way down to the bottom. So this attack that we're about to take, we could probably make our own skirmish formation and walk up there, and we would have the same frontage of the two regiments of Ewing's brigade. They're about to make this attack. Yeah, although they'd be in close order. Yeah, but right now we are probably in the footsteps of Colonel Drayton, and this day has been long enough and hard enough already, but nobody even shot at them yet. But as soon as their heads appear above this embankment right here, well, as soon as they come out of the bayou, they are face to face with the 27th Louisiana at close range, and the 27th is, at this point, they still would have been throwing up dirt. You still would have been seeing some Confederates up there firing, while others were still digging with picks and shovels. So I don't know the exact minute-by-minute details, and I don't know anybody that wrote them down, but they would have had to come up here. They would have had to reform their line because they were not able to come out of here in a disciplined line. Reform the line, get shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, while the Confederates were shooting at them. Wait for the order to come. Like I said, there was a house, not a house, a cabin of some sort, a small log cabin here. So some were lucky enough to be behind it, but others were exposed. And then finally the order came to make the attack. And so forward, follow me.
And Ezra Goodspeed is still somewhere around here.
Right, okay. Yeah, it was near the beginning of the jump off. So let's take 2 or 3 steps. Let's stop again. You know, hey, follow me, let's go. Major Goodspeed is in front of his battalion, and in the first couple of steps, he is shot and killed. And he's killed his troops, take his body, and they put it into the cabin. And then the rest of the regiment continues to attack.
The problem with that, though, is when the Confederates set it on fire.
Yeah.
His body is partially burned. They're dragging it out, and the grass starts to catch fire here. And any of the wounded that are in this area, they get burned up and all that too.
Yeah.
Another thing to consider is the traditional battle order was fight in a battle line. So imagine our battle line stretching out in both directions here. I put some of us down in the woods, some of us over in the ravine. Their traditional ways of fighting that had served late Napoleon well in Europe are absolutely not applicable here.
Yeah.
Because of the roughness of the terrain. It completely breaks up. Like we saw yesterday going down that hill, it actually, you might have started off at a battle line. By the time you got down to the bottom, you're all bunched up in the middle. So, made it just a fish in a barrel type situation.
And I guess in this terrain, we could expect that these two regiments would not bunch up. Instead, they would probably be pulled,
Piled, yeah.
either trying to rush up onto the level ground to get some level ground underneath their feet, or pulled down toward the ravine just because of gravity. In other words, keeping this line of battle that is supposed to get up and over those ramparts is going to be very difficult, and in the event, impossible. But they're still surging forward. And yes, the Confederates had not yet burned that building, but they were going to have to, given what had just happened, what had just happened with the attack. And they did come out. They burned the building, and then Major Goodspeed's body was partially burned, and also the brush caught fire, and some of the wounded were burned. And I might also, this strikes me, because it's the first time I've done this kind of program here. How far did we move before we had to stop and start talking about the next disaster?
Not far.
Right. So put ourselves in their position. From the time they said forward to the time they got past the cabin, a lot of guys were down, and the Confederates were still firing. And then I'm sure some of the guys would have gone to ground. Some of the guys would have begun to try to start sharpshooting, but the regiment under Colonel Dayton continued to move forward. 47th over here. Now, given what we've already understood, and by the way, for those of you that are experts at Vicksburg, we're the Shiloh discussion group. Shiloh tablets are known for their brevity.
A little more verbal.
Yeah, but man, but I stood here and read this yesterday when I was proving this hike, and I thought to myself, well, I could just read the tablet, and I would be right.
There are different tablets for different things, is what Rigby did here. So you have here, you see a position tablet, so you're going to see more information here, and there are other tablets, headquarters tablets, and things like that give more information. Other than that, they're going to be, brief, just like your tablets are.
Okay, yeah. And do you have a minute to introduce Rigby? Because these Shiloh people know David W. Reed and his effect on the Shiloh battlefield.
Well, we went by Rigby yesterday on the South Loop. He was here. He was with the 24th Iowa. He would be a captain eventually. Makes it through the war, goes back to Iowa, and they start having, the reunions, and he'll show up, and he will be very much involved in the early reunions. So much so that he'll be on the committee, and Stephen D. Lee would be the only Confederate officer that would be the president of the committee, and then you have Rigby. You have him and Merriman. I can't remember the other guy, but anyway, it's these two guys, Rigby and Lee, that are really the focal point of the committee, at least from what I've read. And in 1901, Lee passes the baton to Rigby, and he will be the person in charge of this park from 1901 until 1928. His wife dies that year. He leaves the position, and he passes away in 1929, and he and his wife are buried in the National Cemetery. But he is the one using Shiloh, using Chickamauga, Chattanooga, using Antietam, using Gettysburg, using those parks as a model. He creates the best park.
Chronologically, it's the last one created.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct. So, and he does something different than any of the other parks. He honors all the brigade commanders. He'll honor a good many battery commanders with these sculpture, the sculptures we just looked at, the portrait sculptures. And there's also a regimentation. You'll see portrait sculptures are the brigade commanders. You'll see busts are the division commanders, and in equestrian statues being corps commanders, except Sherman and McPherson don't have a statue because of Ohio. And then you have the Army commanders are supposed to have equestrian statues. Grant has one, Pemberton does not have one. And so, but he is very important to this park, and I think I was saying when we yesterday, at least with the car, 95% of all the monumentation was done by 1917, and it was done under Rigby's guidance.
Right.
And he's the one who standardized things here.
And a lot of this program is the West Virginia stuff comes from the published commission report of the West Virginia Vicksburg Battlefield Commission, one regiment, so it's one of the skinnier commission reports. But it's full of correspondence between Horace White, the chief of the commission for West Virginia, and Rigby on what is the monument going to say, where is the monument going to be, where are we going to put it up, and when are we going to dedicate it, and that's all part of the commission report. And it's fairly late. Like I said, I think the West Virginians came here in 21, 22 to finally get their stuff up. So it's one of the later projects of Rigby's tenure here. But that cooperation is what puts this stone here. And those West Virginians are the ones to put this stone here, which means this is where they reached. Go back to the 19th of May. This is where they were. This is not a guess. And this is not just a monument placed out here off the road where you can't see it. That's because this is where they reached. And there is the temporary breastwork of the 27th Louisiana Redan. And here these two lines of the Ewing's people go to ground. The first two regiments go to ground. The 37th continues to fire from below. The 30th Ohio in reserve comes up to a reserve position where they can fire over the heads of the prone front line of battle and continue to try to suppress fire in coming from the 27th Louisiana. But the rest of the day, those two regiments, including the surviving West Virginians, are on the ground here. Now, let us find the...
They're in the third line from the bottom if you're looking for 4th West Virginia.
So, 4th Virginia on the day, 27 killed, 110 wounded for a total of 137 casualties. Major Arthur Goodspeed killed and Lieutenant Finley Ong mortally wounded. That's 137 casualties.
Out of 200 or 300.
Morgan guesses there's about 200. Starting back there at that Indiana marker.
Jeez.
I was a little more optimistic. I thought they might have gotten 250 or 300 people up here. But those 137, along with those of the 47th Ohio, are spread out here around that cabin in just these few feet of the assault. And then finally at night, when the sun goes down, the entire brigade goes back into Mid-Spring Bayou and up to the other side. They carry as many wounded as they can. Some wounded are left. Major Goodspeed's body is left, and as we've said before, when the Confederates had their field of fire clear, they ran out with torches to burn that house, and it resulted in the further suffering and death of some of the wounded Federals. Strangely, in the commission report, when the West Virginia commissioners tell this story, they take perhaps a phrase to say that this act by the Confederates was defensive and in line with their duties, and it's just an unfortunate tragedy of war that happened. I found it interesting that they didn't need to actually put in print anything that would contextualize the Confederate behavior. And in fact, given the tragedy that happened, they might have been a lot hotter than they were. But this is 1920,
I was
1920s.
Say, it's well after the fact.
Yeah. Times had changed.
You know, at the end of the day, on the 19th, Blair's division has around 900 casualties, killed, wounded, or missing in action. And so this is just a portion of it right here.
Yeah, of course, the 13th is right over there.
That's
Giles
right.
Smith and all the things you learned about yesterday. And I would also guess that the casualties killed, wounded by enemy fire would also have been concentrated right under the ramparts.
Yes.
Over there. Yeah.
Yep. And so you have the dead, you have the dying, because the wounded are going to die. If, most of them are not, or many of them are not going to get off, and Morgan, break in there. And there's not going to be any relief for them. The Confederate Union Army will try to take them out that night. They're not able to take some of the men out. They can't get there the next day. The Confederates hear the moaning, the groaning, the cries for water, some kind of help. And some of them have attempted to go out, and they get shot at by Union sharpshooters over here. So they're literally left out there, and then the next assault comes on the 22nd.
Yeah. 48 hours, and then still
longer,
no relief after that.
And then longer after that.
Hey, let's get back up into the Redan.
Storming the parapets, boys.
Yeah, I think they're bigger now than they were that day.
You can go up the hill.
I'm going to go around by the road.
Which we're going to talk about next Friday. Attention from this Confederate tablet. Again, we're talking about the 27th Louisiana again, and I think it will help us illustrate. I guess I have to keep repeating this because it was a surprise to me. I thought the Confederate, before I started this project, I thought all the defenses were in place. But it's a surprise to me, but there's at least one more thing that will illustrate the ad hoc and hurried and desperate nature of the defense of this position. Again, you only need to look at the back of Stockade Redan to know that if there'd been nobody here, those mountaineers, those 200 mountaineers without any casualties would come right up here and shot 200 Confederates in the back over there. So the Confederate defense up by the 27th Louisiana here, and certainly repeated by the 26th over there, was desperate, and it was improvised, digging while also defending. And so in order to illustrate that, I'm also going to read the casualties for the 27th Louisiana off of this tablet. Casualties in the 27th Louisiana during the defense, which meant the 19th, the fight of the 19th. Killed, 58. Wounded 96, total 154. So the Confederates that defended this fort, and at first glance easily repulsed the Federals that came up out of the bayou, it was a much closer thing than that, and it was a much deadlier thing than that. And that entire afternoon, with the 4th and the 47th down there, and especially, I'm going to say probably especially the 30th, who are pretty much covered because there were comrades between them and the Confederates, could just pick off any Confederate that jumps up and tries to put a bullet down there. And then 37th, as Morgan was saying, the 37th down there could also see any head pop up. 96 is a lot of casualties. But also look at the relationship. 58 killed or 154 casualties is a lot. 58 killed and 96 wounded. What is the normal proportion on an open Civil War battlefield? We've talked about it a lot, and it's 1 killed to every 5 wounded. This is 1 killed to less than 2 wounded for these Confederate defenders. So let's just remember that during the hours of the defense, it was worth a man's life to put his head above that 4-foot tall pile of dirt that we call a rampart and take a shot at the Federals out there. The percentage of people that were killed defending this place versus wounded is extraordinarily high, unusually high. That's going to be a lot of head wounds, a lot of upper body wounds, a lot of 37th and 30th Ohio Buckeyes that are pretty much dead-eye shots with their 57, 58 caliber rifle muskets. Let's close out the story of the 19th. We've done that with Ewing. He and his guys went back. The wounded and the dead are still lying out between the lines from the 19th. The Confederates now have to finish this fort, but we're going to leave this fort, so there's no more stories about that, and can finish the fortifications, and Grant is going to make the decision to make one more assault. So let's head back right down the road in the direction of the monument that we came from. We're not going to get all the way, but we're going to go.
Would it be more rifle barreled instead of smooth bore at Shiloh compared to?
That's a good question, and I am going to defer to my Vicksburg.
Most of the Confederates were very well armed with infield rifles,
57 caliber.
Yeah, the 5.57 P-53 infields. In fact, they said in some cases they actually had multiple rifles laying by to keep them a high rate of fire. The unit here was a little, actually opposite of most places, but the units got a little bit worse because a lot of these Western armies are still using smooth bores. So after actually the city surrenders and the Confederates stack arms, and they're supposed to be collecting the weapons for destruction, a lot of guys look at their old rifle and look at that nice shiny infield and think, trade out.
Trade it out? All right, yeah.
The Confederates here were very well armed with accurate rifles.
It's Graveyard Road.
All right, let's head on down.
It's pretty neat looking. It's all sports stuff.
That is in the bottoms of those ravines, and they grow right up on top of each other, and it is a very difficult obstacle for those guys to get through. And then later it will be useful for the Federals in the siege part of the operations that we're not going to definitely get into today or right now. Cane is very useful for creating the things that are used for siege warfare, such as gabion, and they can be made into fascines. Bind a bunch of them together. They become as thick as logs, and then you use those logs to build things as fascines. And then they can be used to make gabion, and very useful once you cut them down and start using them. But also very useful as an obstacle for defenders. So we're about to finish up our story of the 4th West Virginia. And the 4th West Virginia Commission came here in the 1920s, and they dedicated a monument to West Virginia, which features the bust of their martyr, Major Goodspeed. And they also put down 4 interpretive monuments. Now, tablets like these, you've seen it from Shiloh, and Rick has told you about what Joseph Rigby did. That's the park did that. But in this case, the West Virginians also, they put up both the commemorative monument, which was at the position that they began the May 22nd assault, and they put up interpretive monuments, 4 interpretive monuments, one over there, one here, one that we're using as a rest right now. And I was happy to learn this morning that I thought I'd gone crazy looking for the 4th monument, which is a monument on their encampment. I was happy to learn that I'm not the only one that would like to find out where they put that. So we're not going to visit the camp of the 4th West Virginia, other than to know that it's somewhere back there. In this area. Yeah, somewhere back there. Okay, so the last part of the 4th West Virginia story is this. On the 22nd of May, Grant tries again. I'm not going to go into all the details on the Army level, but on the 22nd, Grant tries again. Sherman says, yes, sir. He gives the order to Blair. Blair gives the order to Ewing, and then Ewing's brigade makes another attack. Now, those monuments we saw to all of Ewing's regiments were over there on the road, which is direct. If you're not oriented right now, just turn around and look behind you. A few hundred yards through that ravine and up, and those forests is the monument where we began our program today. They advanced down here, they came up there. And those monuments are all at the position where those Ohio units began their attack as well. So in that attack, the Mountaineers are on the left of the brigade, and the Ohio units stretch out to the right. And when we leave here, you can check out markers for the Ohio units where they came. Now, certainly the Mountaineers, but all of Grant's troops had learned something on the 19th. Those who were in the assault and those who witnessed the assault. And those who spent 2 days watching their comrades writhe and die in the blazing sun between the entrenchments. And that lesson was, don't do that again. Rushing these defenses will not work. Yet the order came down. And so when the order came down, they made the attack. And they came down through the ravine. They came up to this monument. And remember when I told you over at the Redan, the veterans didn't put these in a random spot. They put them in the spot that they were. So look at the terrain around this monument right now and think about what they were being asked to do. Go down the ravine, come up the ravine, go down the next one, and then go up into Stockade Redan, which they know is not going to happen. So this monument sits exactly where any person who did not want to get shot would stop. And I think that is instructive to us because they could have put it up there where you could see the monument. That's not the point of this monument. This is where the survivors of the 4th West Virginia, 200 minus 150, made their assault on Stockade Redan. And this was the point that they said, no more of that stuff. And they went to ground, and you can see how they could lie back in the ravine and possibly crawl to the top of the ravine to take a shot and then crawl back into the safety of the ravine. They learned a lesson on the 19th. And they had learned, and the men of the 15th Corps, not just this, but the men of the 15th Corps had learned that lesson at Arkansas Post when they tried to rush entrenchments and were shot down and ended up having to fall on their faces and take the enemy under fire. They learned it at Chickasaw Bayou when they were ordered to rush defenses and they got slaughtered. And so this is where the concept of tactical culture that I talked about before, Burke's concept of tactical culture, starts to sink in to the survivors of the 15th Corps. You can order us to make that attack, and being good soldiers, we will go as far as honor dictates. But as soon as we have satisfied our honor according to our personal in our unit definition of that honor, we're going to say thank you very much. We're going to fight this battle our way now. And as Morgan said, a lot of these guys are sharpshooters, Virginians, even more than the Ohioans probably, you know, hunters from the cradle. You know, they start saying to themselves, and without so much mutiny, saying to their commanders, just tell us what you need done. We'll do it our way. They're crack shots. So this monument is, one could say, is a monument to a change in the tactical culture of the 15th Corps. It's happened over a long time. And they're going to start relying upon their skills as individual soldiers rather than the mass of rushing the enemy in close order. And that characteristic of the 15th Corps will be a characteristic of that unit until the end of the war. That is the unit that is going to go from Chattanooga to Atlanta, like a lot of other Union Corps. I'm not saying they're entirely distinctive from other corps, but by the time the Battle of Atlanta comes, the Atlanta campaign comes along, these guys are going to do it their own way, and that is going to mean clouds of skirmishers preceding the line. That means going to ground. That means finding cover. That means organizing small units for some riflemen to cover others who make short rushes forward and then find cover and then go forward again. That means not being impatient as their generals want them to be. The general wants to go up the hill. Well, no one's going up that hill today, General, but give us a few days to knock some of those Confederates down and or send us on a flanking maneuver, send us to break their railroad, that kind of thing. 15th Corps is starting to say that's the way we're going to fight the war. And that's this concept that I described before, tactical culture. It's where, ironically, the lowest ranks start giving orders to the highest ranks. This is the way that we get things done. And so these monuments to the fight on the 22nd, which I could have gone into much deeper detail, but I didn't want to. We're near the end of our program right now. I thought an important way to close it up is, after all of this tragedy, which we have to remember and acknowledge, change. Change starts to come to the Union Army, and that change is going to become tangible right now. And again, that change will be memorialized by the West Virginians in this memorial, where they say this is our trench line. They attacked to there on the 22nd. By July 4th, they had advanced to here, built a trench. This stuff wouldn't have been here. Built a trench at a spot where they could see the parapets of Stockade Redan. And on July 1st, or on July 4th, when that fort surrendered and the rest of Confederates surrendered, the casualties among the Confederates in that fort had the same characteristic of the casualties of the Confederates in the 27th Louisiana Redan. Heavy casualties among the protected defenders. Most of those casualties dead. From the sharpshooting done by the survivors of the mistaken assaults on May 19th and May 22nd, including those of the 4th West Virginia, because on July 4th, this was the 4th, these guys had become West Virginians and not Virginians, or at least those that survived, those that did not, memorialized in the face, in the bust of Major Arthur Goodspeed over here on the West Virginia Memorial.
It's 200 yards from right here to the front of the Redan.
It's 200 yards from right here.
I just measured it.
Okay.
Easy shot with a rifle.
That's an easy shot with a rifle, huh? Yeah. We're probably going to cover sharpshooting a little more in the next one because we're going to move to another place on the park and study another action, which is the mine explosion. And I think there's going to be one or two places there where we can interpret sharpshooting.
Very much so.
And so we'll do that in the next program. But thank you very much for your attention to to attending this 4th West Virginia program. I hope that we have come to understand the soldiers that comprise this unit. I hope we've come to understand a little bit something about the social situation of those soldiers that came from Virginia, West Virginia, to Vicksburg. I hope we've learned about the assault, or at least the part they played in the assault. And ultimately, I hope that we have better understand a very important change that occurred right here on the battlefield in the way that these Union soldiers were going to fight the war going forward. Thank you very much. We can do questions, but we're going to be moving pretty soon. Battery A, 1st Illinois Light Artillery, commanded by Captain Peter Wood. That's also informally called Battery A, Chicago Light Artillery. Get one guess where they're from. They're from where I'm from.
Kansas.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I like how the park has interpreted this spot, because these are not random cannons. That's Napoleon, right? Okay. These are not random cannons. These cannons illustrate the armament of Battery A, 1st Illinois Light Artillery, during the siege. Over here we have a 12-pound howitzer. They had two 12-pound howitzers, and then 4 6-pounder field guns that they brought to the battlefield. 6-pounder field guns are not going to be happy over there. During the course of the siege, they were issued a 30-pounder Parrott. So in the first battles, they had this. And later, they had this. After the siege was over, the battery was rearmed with 12-pound Napoleons. So without telling that story in so many words, the park is showing it to you, showing what happened with Battery A Chicago Light Artillery during the course of the siege. Howitzer, one of the 12-pound howitzers that they used in that position is in the Vicksburg Visitor Center right now. Yeah. Vicksburg has a witness gun, and it's the 12-pound howitzer that was down there. The other 12-pound howitzer is in the visitor center at Shiloh National Military Park.
Well, since the Chicago artillery is so important, do we want to take our morning picture here?
Yeah, let's get a picture. Thank you. Thank you, Jason.
What side do you want to be on?
Let's get around that 30-pounder pair. I'll never cease to, since I know Tony's filming, I'll never cease to say that I am proud, probably more than I deserve to be, of having gotten to be a seasonal ranger for the National Park Service 20 years ago at the Shiloh National Military Park. But it certainly sold me on public history and on the battlefield hike as a very important method for people to learn about history. Unique from sitting and reading a book, obviously. Also unique from visiting the park and just guiding yourself about the battlefield hike. We create historical stories, just as though it would be an essay or a book, but we tell that story with the resources that the National Park Service has provided for us. We let the terrain and the monuments and the markers and the memories of the veterans tell the historical story for us. But so I love that very much, and that's why I love being here. So we're ready for the afternoon program, which I think is called Pit of Death. Could have been branded better. I'm not sure they followed the advice of their branding consultant on that particular pit. But we're going to visit the Pit of Death, and that will be a chance to learn about the fighting during the siege to try to attack or defend, mostly attack for us, the 3rd Louisiana Redan and the place where the Jackson Road runs through the Confederate defenses. A place that the leaders of both armies, Pemberton and Grant, felt was worth dying for, and so a lot of people did suffer and die in these areas. And so we're going to look at that. And like I said this morning, we're in the parking lot of the Visitor Center, so there's not a whole lot for the battlefield to tell us about the Pit of Death here. So we are going to get in our cars, and we are going to... Welcome back to the siege line of Vicksburg National Military Park, and we are at the General John A. Logan statue, commander of the 3rd Division of the 17th Army Corps, part of Grant's Army. That's McPherson's Corps. I know a lot of you already know that, so we're not going to go too deep into the command arrangements, but John Logan is going to be the division commander on the events that we're going to be learning about this afternoon. Now, the events that we learn about this afternoon are going to be, according to the title of our program, the Pit of Death, we are definitely going to try to understand the Union mining operations that resulted in the detonation of two explosives underneath the parapet, or rather the terraplane, of the 3rd Louisiana Redan. We're going to get there. But it's also between here and there, and you can see there from here, almost, yeah, you can, from where I am, you can see it. So it's not a long walk, but like Tim said yesterday, it goes a long way down and a long way up. But between here and there is so much to learn about. There is so much to see, and we don't get to see the Illinois Monument. So so there's going to be a whole lot of material to cover and really interesting stuff. Meaning, in terms of what we learn about, we will learn a little bit about the assault by General John E. Smith, or is he still a colonel on the 22nd. I don't know for sure. John E. Smith Brigade. Assault on the 22nd of May. We're going to see several places where very interesting stuff happened involving the Union engineering, the engineering operations, where they would dig these approaches using all sorts of materials that we're going to talk about, that we've already seen some of them, dig approaches in order to get right up to the Confederate fort at 3rd Louisiana Redan. Then finally, we're going to reward ourselves with the Big Bang, the detonation of 2 subterranean mines in an attempt to destroy the 3rd Louisiana Redan and blast through the Jackson Road and get into Vicksburg via the Jackson Road. General John A. Logan is not going to be a major character in our story, but he is the commanding general of all of the troops that we're going to learn about today. John A. Logan from Murfreesboro, Illinois, known as Black Jack Logan, jet black hair, big walrus mustache, and being from Murfreesboro, Illinois, being a Southern Illinoisan. Now, for those of you who are not Illinoisans, a Southern Illinoisan, what we call Egyptians, is a Southerner. Okay? Southern Illinois, the little town of Cairo, down there at the arrowhead of Illinois, is south of Richmond, Virginia. Okay? So the folks, especially at that time, the folks who lived in southern Illinois had come there from places like Kentucky and Tennessee and had come to settle there. There's a family named Lincoln that came from Indiana and settled in the central part of Illinois. And the Lincolns were simply part of a movement, a migration of people from the upper south to the southern part of Illinois. So John A. Logan and the other Illinois regiments that come from the southern part of the state, I can't think of anyone that's on the order of battle today, but those southern Illinois regiments are Union regiments made up of Southerners. Now, perhaps Tennesseans and Kentuckians and Alabamians and Georgians and Louisianans and Texans don't want to give the identity of Southerner to people from Illinois, but that doesn't change the fact. In 1860, 1861, 1865, those people that lived in southern Illinois were Southerners. And this was one of them, Black Jack Logan. Black Jack Logan. The only anecdote we're going to talk about Logan, just so we can bring up this topic of identity, Southern identity. When the war began, John A. Logan was a congressman, and he represented that district in the southern part of Illinois.
Democratic.
A Democratic congressman, meaning the conservative party, the pro-slavery party. He represented southern Illinois, and he's a very popular politician. And so all eyes in southern Illinois were on Congressman Logan. What would Congressman Logan do as far as secession was concerned? And a lot of people thought that Congressman Logan would throw his influence behind the Confederacy and secession. And those people in Illinois were prepared to have the southern part of Illinois secede from the rest of the state and join the Confederacy, and Logan would become a Confederate general and lead them to victory. As it happened, Congressman Logan was one of the congressmen that went picnicking at Bull Run on the 21st of July, 1861, and did not get to see the show that he went out there to see. The Union Army under General McDowell at first Bull Run went out. They got beaten. They got routed. And as the Union soldiers came flooding back, routed, running from the battlefield, passing where Congressman Logan was. Congressman Logan picked up a musket. He had on his frock coat. He had on his top hat. And he rallied the Union soldiers. He said, "Follow me. We're going to go back and we're going to fight those rebels." They didn't. But politically speaking, that was John Logan's declaration. Very soon after that, he organized the 31st Illinois Regiment, the Dirty First Illinois Regiment. And after he became a Union officer, first a colonel, then a general, then these Southerners, these Egyptians, these Southern Illinoisans, flocked to the Union banner and the Union cause. And that section of Illinois has no rival amongst all of the sections of Illinois for providing enthusiastic, patriotic Union soldiers to the cause of the Union. So it's one of those really interesting stories where a change happens a major change happens very quickly. When Logan went Union, a major part of the state of Illinois also went Union, and then Logan worked his way on up to become a major general of volunteers, commander of the 15th Corps, commander of the Army of the Tennessee. That's our guy. That's our guy here. They even named a neighborhood in Chicago after him, the Logan Square neighborhood. And if you ever want to come and see my apartment, you'll find it there. So I wanted to, if no other reason, I wanted to come here and visit the Logan statue because I just came from Logan Square, so I want to visit the Logan Monument. But we're in the background, we're in the back, behind the Union lines, not by much, of General Logan's division. At some point during the siege, or maybe after the siege, I don't know the details of this photograph, somebody set up a camera right here, right about here, and took a picture across this ravine of this side of the hill that the Shirley House is on, and all of the Union soldiers had dug out shebangs to live in during the siege in the side of that hill, and the whole hill is just honeycombed with shebangs, dug out of the hillside with a blanket to keep the sun out, and that is where those soldiers lived during the course of the siege. I believe we are looking at the camp of the 45th Illinois, although I'm open to correction. Yeah, 45th Illinois, the Lead Mine Regiment from Galena. So we're going to learn more about them later. This isn't the place to learn about it. So let's move from the Logan statue over down the road toward the Shirley House. Now the road has been graded.
So I knew what.
So this went down at the time. But this is the area where that 45th Illinois was living. Dug into the hillside and then going.
Yeah. That picture is on the cover of like 10 different books about Vicksburg.
I got a book where he did an overview of some of the battlefields, and it's in that one.
Yeah.
So it really picture where they did all that.
Holes in the. But here you see they found some
cane,
some wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used some cane as well. But these people seem to have found like a little bit of a perhaps the side of a shed or something like that. There's some timber, and they all built
buildings here.
Yeah, they probably tore down some of those buildings. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is the trench.
Yeah.
Runs right through here and it turns right in front of the house.
Wow.
It goes that way.
Wow, that's some trench.
Now, before we talk about, I like talking about the trenches, but here we are at the Shirley House, and we've already had a couple of chances this morning to talk about identity. We talked about who gets to be West Virginian and who gets to be Ohioan at the previous program. We just opened this program with Southerners that live in a Union state, people from Egypt. And here we have the Shirley House, which is here on the Jackson Road, a major house for a higher class family on the Jackson Road. James Shirley is the owner of the house and the owner of the property. James Shirley is born in the north. He's a New Englander, transplanted down here. And in his farming, in his plantation, he enslaves several dozen people at any given time. And if you want to take some time, this is an excellent wayside right here that lists from the slave schedules on the census the names of the people who are enslaved here on the Shirley household, and also the names of the people who were sold in order to get the capital to build this house and this farm. So this house, it was a luxury house, a very good house for the people that lived there. It's there because of the labor of the enslaved people that built it, and it is there because of the capital of the human flesh that was sold in order to build it. It was done by a northern-born man. So, okay, have some paradox here, don't we? Mm-hmm. Have a little paradox. The paradox goes a little bit deeper with James Shirley. As a northern-born man, he certainly understood the free labor economy of the northeastern states, which was distinctive from the slave labor economy of the southern states. But he nevertheless was able to rectify that to come down here and use enslaved labor to build his farm. That doesn't mean he ever had to agree that this was the best form of, the best system of labor. Now, whether James Shirley had humane thoughts about those people he enslaved or not I can't tell you for sure. There seems to be some record that that he did. He was, when the war came, James Shirley was a Unionist, and he came out for the Union right here in Vicksburg, Mississippi, right there in that house. He was for the Union, and continued to run his farm with the enslaved labor. And at one point, during the siege, a Union chaplain named John Eaton came and met with James' daughter. Can I get the name?
Alice.
Alice? Yeah, Alice. And John Eaton and Alice eventually became married. And now John Eaton was the in charge, Chaplain Eaton of the 27th Ohio, was a Northern reformer, abolitionist, and educator, and so he married into the Shirley family, and left us a lot of information about stuff that happened here and about the difficulties that James Shirley faced by being a Unionist in a Confederate area. So I want to take a second here, without taking too much time away from the battlefield, but nevertheless, it's the Shirley farm where this battle is happening, to explain some of this paradox. And I recently read a really great book called, it's a biography, it's called Cassius Marcellus Clay. And it was, the subtitle is The Paradox, the story of an anti-slavery slaveholder and the paradox of American reform. It's an academic book, so you can tell by that. But one of the things that Anne Marshall, the biographer, points out by telling the story of this Kentuckian, Cassius Marcellus Clay, is that the debate over labor, the debate over the institution of slavery, was very complicated in a lot of different places. And in various places, it was a local issue. And so we, as students of history now, need to do some work to subdivide in our brain, the idea of North versus South, and the idea of abolitionism versus pro-slaveryism. These are very oversimplified views of the ideologies that people practiced at the time of the Civil War. And so if it seems like a paradox that a Southern slaveholder should be opposed to slavery, that's because we don't understand the way people thought at the time, and we can learn more by doing the homework and reading the books. So before we finish, let me sort of identify a third ideology that is crucially important to understanding the Civil War. It's not North and South. It's not necessarily Union Confederate always. It's not abolition versus yay for slavery versus slavery expansion. And in fact, it is an ideology that probably had a pluralism across North and South, if not a majority, if you take a lot of the northern and border slave states. And that is anti-slavery ideology. Anti-slavery ideology. A person that believes that slavery is a poor way to run the economy, and that slavery, the system of slavery, injures white labor. The anti-slavery ideology is based in the belief and in the calculation that the system of slavery injures white workers. And therefore the system of slavery should be overthrown in order to open up freedom of opportunity for white yeoman farmers. Now, another person, we're not going deep into it, but his name was famous at the time, Hinton Rowan Helper. Hinton Rowan Helper was an anti-slavery advocate from North Carolina. He wrote a book called The Impending Crisis, which is harsh. I mean, there's not a northern abolitionist with a humanitarian view toward African American people that is more harsh on slavery than Hinton Rowan Helper, the Southerner writing about slavery. He hates slave owners. He hates slavery, but it is his ideology that is slavery that's hurting white farmers, and that we need to overthrow slavery for that. And that defined the ideology of Cassius Marcellus Clay, this famous Kentucky politician. And although we don't have his writings or anything, or I haven't seen them, it does help explain the paradox of why an anti-slavery or a unionist slaveholder is living on this hill, using slave labor to enrich himself and build the house, selling human beings in order to gain capital, and at the same time being for the Union. And quite possibly, he would not have a second thought, being able to reconcile in his mind and in his heart and his morals that he could be against slavery and continue to enslave people. Would not have come across as hypocrisy. It's just one of many political ideologies that every one of these soldiers fighting this battle would have held in their own minds as they were motivated to go into battle. Okay? And I only stopped here in order to give us one extra. Because once you get into political history, well, that takes us off the battlefield, and I don't want to get into that. But there's as many ideologies as there are human beings to have ideologies. And so all I wanted to do here is use the Shirley House in this space to show us that there's a very complicated mix of views that people at the time thought were worth dying for, whether that be pro-slavery, abolitionism, or anti-slavery. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, let's get on to getting over there. It's going to be hard for us, but considerably easier than it was for them. We will pretty much think about the route of the 45th Illinois Regiment, since we've seen their shebangs over here. The 45th Illinois Regiment is called the Lead Mine Regiment. They come from the town of, they come from Joe Davies County and other places in northwestern Illinois, made up of a lot of lead miners, and because there's a lot of lead mining going on in that area along the Mississippi River, same river, all the way up there. And they were also the neighbors of a retired Army officer and tannery worker who in November of 1860 was living in Galena. Sam Grant, their neighbor, who would still be with them here at Vicksburg as their commander, General U.S. Grant. So as we follow the 45th along, know that we're also following neighbors and people that actually knew General Grant.
Is there any books on 45th?
There is a good book by a fellow named Thomas Mack, M-A-C-K. I believe it's called The Lead Mine Regiment, but if I need to look it up for you later.
It is. It's the Lead Mine Man. It's a pretty recent book.
The Lead Mine Men.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sure that's what
It's by Thomas Mack. Yeah, and it's good, and part of the reason I'm telling the story from their point of view is I read Thomas Mack's book, and we're going to follow that. Now, there will be some talk. We're gonna have a chance to talk about the assault on the 22nd of May. And I know you already went over there and went up the hill to the Great Redoubt. And in this area, the brigade of General John E. Smith, originally the colonel of the 45th Illinois Regiment, now the brigade commander, made the attack along the Jackson Road to go straight on up and try to attack the 3rd Louisiana Redan, which you can see is, there are two stone monuments that face out toward us. That's 3rd Louisiana Redan. We're going to be able to talk about that, but we're also going to be talking about the slow approach, the digging, hour after hour, day after day, digging trenches, digging approaches, starting here, starting back there, and going across the landscape. Actually, right through the Illinois Monument, but we don't get to go there. And they're going to meet it on the other side, this approach, Logan's approach, as day after day, hour after hour, the Federals dig their way to within feet of the Confederates and then finally start digging underneath the Confederates. We're going to start, though, by going down these stairs, and then we're going to take a walk through the ravine. We do not have access through the construction area, and we're not going to try to challenge that.
The general area that McPherson and Grant are in, right back there. And then Logan's troops come out of the ravine that's behind his statue to come up on the Jackson Road right here, and they'll come down.
Get a license, you fall down and you knock down the one point.
Oh, I just sent me a bunch of random pictures about
Where do you live, Mike?
Houston.
Ah.
Texas, not Mississippi.
There's a Houston, Mississippi?
Yes. And they'll remind you about that in Mississippi. I was asking the directions for an event that was in the compact. And I said, well, you started giving me directions like State Highway this.
No, dude.
Mainly in Cotopaxi.
Oh. That's awesome. Did you get out there much?
We were there for the first time in a couple of years last summer. It's just a road trip. That's cool. See a little big morning. The black girls and we stop.
Well, if you're interested, I want to give you my contact information since you have family there too. You make your way through and you want to connect.
Okay.
I'd love that. Love to host.
Hope not too long.
Take note of what you can see and what can be seen from there, because we're closing the range with every step, but at this point we're still safe. Yeah. You have to lodge your objection with the floor leader. Keep my money good, so Mr. Marshall. You have to forgive me, I apologize. Before we play this there, I really feel embarrassed to ask you. Oh, it's not so bad. When I was at my own wedding, I was getting on my wife, I wanted to introduce me to someone. She's like, well, this is your cousin, too. So she's introduced me to my own family. In just a moment, we're going to move up into what remains of a Union battery, a Union fort called Battery Hickenlooper. And we're going to learn a little bit about it there. But before we move into the battery, I want to give you a chance to look back. And when you look at the back ends of these blue tablets, you are looking at tablets that mark the covered way, the trench that Logan's men built in order to approach the 3rd Louisiana Redan. The 3rd Louisiana Redan is just over here, within easy, maybe not easy aiming range, but definitely rifle shot range. Definitely easy artillery range, close range artillery, direct fire, right into the project. So from there, through the monument, to there. From there, across what is now the road, to there, where it's so slow. To there, to there. Every day, day and night, Union soldiers, including the miners, the lead miners of the 45th, are digging a covered way. In order to protect themselves while they do it, they have to create protection as they go. They can't hide behind a hill because they have someplace to go. They don't have that luxury, so they have to create cover as they go. They're going to do that in a number of ways. They can use, as I said this morning, they can use cane and bundle it until it's the size of a log.
and then use those cane logs, which are called fascines, to build protection, in that case, on their left side from bullets or from artillery. Obviously, artillery would blow right through a fascine of that size. So they can also create a gabion. A gabion is a basket which they could create by weaving vines around cane to create a large basket. Imagine a 55-gallon barrel, but they've created it themselves out of vines and cane, and then they can fill that with dirt and then roll it. Dig out a little bit of the ditch, the covered way, roll the gabion up, create lots of gabions. They can advance behind gabions. These are just two examples of the engineering that is available to the federal soldiers. And when we get back into the battery, I may expound upon that a little bit, because there's another great book that I have to recommend about engineering in the Civil War. But this is a great place to watch that snake go right across the ridge through the Illinois Monument, cross the Jackson Road, and keep going. And this is day and night, 24/7, Union soldiers digging and moving, using various kinds of protection. Confederates can shoot them all day, and they do. And the Federal artillery shoots at the Confederates all day, and Federal sharpshooters move along in the covered ways, shooting at the heads of Confederates that stick their heads over the 3rd Louisiana Redan. And every hour of every day, they inch closer through labor, through digging, through moving, very slowly, crawling. And then finally, we do reach a place where there's a reason to stop and create their own fort. It's going to be called Hickenlooper's Redan. Let's get on up in there and take a look at it. So made a note. About the Hickenlooper when it started. They started digging on the 25th of May, and they would get to the fort by June 22nd. Okay, so almost a month. Almost a month to cover this 8-foot wide, 7-foot street. Can I stand? Oh, no, you go on. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of this was only 2 professional military engineers, Will Graham. So what they did is
Okay, you've made it to Battery Hickenlooper, which is maybe halfway between the Shirley House and the 3rd Louisiana Redan. It took about a month for the diggers to cover this area. Again, inch by inch, day by day, fascines, gabions. They also created monster-sized gabions that they called sap rollers. And again, and also this covered way, this trench, whatever you want to call it, they would also call them saps. A sap is one of the synonyms for what they're doing. The sap roller is definitely one of them. A sap roller can stop bullets, definitely, can stop some artillery, not necessarily a direct fire from a large caliber gun, but the sap roller can be used to roll up and down the sap. It can be at the front of it and go to the back of it. If you need to, if soldiers might come up the sap right here where the Confederates can shoot down it. So they need protection, and the sap roller goes first and the soldiers move up. And that's one way for a relief. If the sharpshooters have reached this position and they're hiding in holes, then when the relief comes up, they come up with a sap roller with protection, and then they come up and then the other ones head back. You also have the sap roller at the head of the sap. It is moving along. Now, by the end of that month, we've reached a place where the chief engineer of Grant's Army, Andrew Hickenlooper. Andrew Hickenlooper was a civil engineer from Cincinnati, started the war as an artillery officer, fought the Battle of Shiloh for the Shiloh Discussion Group, as the commander of the 5th Ohio Battery, Hickenlooper's Battery. And there's monuments there in the Hornet's Nest area and in the Spain Field area to Hickenlooper's battery. And but by this time, Hickenlooper, the civil engineer from Cincinnati, is the chief engineer of Grant's army. And he reaches this place and he sees the opportunity to build up a battery, meaning build up a kind of a fort. Now we can roll cannons up the saps, dig them in to the battery, and now we've closed the distance between this and the 3rd Louisiana Redan to point blank range. And you can see the park has chosen a good example of the kinds of guns that were brought into Battery Hickenlooper. 24-pounder howitzers, 24, right? 30-pounder Parrots. Someone was asking before if these could shoot all the way into Vicksburg. Close.
4 miles.
Yeah,
Straight
close.
range of 4 miles. I could easily reach Vicksburg.
Except the range today is point blank.
Yeah.
It is 500 yards to put one of these 4-mile shots into the embankment of the 3rd Louisiana Redan. So let us not assume that the Confederates sat comfortably in that fort and nothing ever knocked it down.
Bjorn, but might add, by this point in the siege, the Union counter battery had pretty much silenced the Confederate artillery pieces.
Okay.
They didn't have to worry too much about Confederate counter battery because every time a gun rolled up, you had a dozen or more guns ready to fire back at it. Pemberton actually ordered them to basically pull the guns back and save them.
Okay, Pemberton decided to save his guns rather than just have them ground to pieces. Now, Rick has some great visuals that he brings, and so I'm going to turn over for a few minutes to him, because right now we're standing in the middle of the fort. It may be hard to conceptualize the entire area around it. I've seen them, so start on in.
So this is Hickenlooper's sketch of what he did here. And he was the chief engineer of the 17th Corps under McPherson. And what they will do is, you know, when we go up the hill, you can see back here where the car's coming up. Remember the original trenches right there? Mm-hmm. That's where they start building the saps here. And they'll go past the White House battery, which is the cannons right there. They'll go in front of the White House. Then they'll go in behind, here's the Illinois Monument, they'll go in behind the Illinois Monument, and there's a ridge back there. And what they're going to do is they're going to fortify that ridge first, and then they're going to continue going on here. Now when they start, they've got 300 men 24/7 digging. That's the start. They'll make it all the way to here, and then they will fortify this ridge, which is Battery Hickenlooper. And from here, they're about 130 yards away from the 3rd Louisiana Redan, or Fort Hill as the Union soldiers called it. And they're going to bring it down to somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 men digging, because as they get closer, it gets a little bit hotter the closer they get to the fort. And then they will dig this all the way up to the salient angle of the fort. So they start on the 25th of May. They will get here June 22nd. So it takes them, as Bjorn said, almost a month to dig this. Now at night, you have Hickenlooper coming out here trying to figure out the angles and everything, because you know you can't just dig a straight trench. They've got to look at the angles of the fort, where the guns are, and even during the truce on the 25th of May, Hickenlooper is out here, and he actually gets caught by a Confederate officer and tells him to stop cheating, because what Hickenlooper started doing was he started marking where he thought the angles were going to be. He took a rifle with a bayonet, stuck it in the ground, and that's when the Confederate officer sees him, and he comes out and he says, no, you can't do that. We're in a truce. We're in a sea. You know, we can't do that. So he says, oh, I was just picking it up and sticking it in the ground. No big deal. So they did things like that. We're also right here during the siege. You have Coonskin's Tower right here in this area on the other side of the ridge here. Henry Foster from the 23rd Indiana. He's shaking your head so you know about him. So I don't know how he convinces his crew, his soldiers, but they've got to go down to the railroad where we were. You know where the railroad is, and they've got to bring back these railroad ties here to construct this tower. And there's many different descriptions of how high this tower was, from 12 feet to 20 feet. But there's a tower constructed here, and he was a very good shot, so he used that tower to his advantage. There's a story about Grant going up there and being spotted, and a Confederate soldier yelling and screaming at him and using expletives, and Grant eventually gets down. And then you hear about that Confederate soldier getting in trouble because he sent expletives to an officer, and you don't do that on either side. And then the other thing, are you going to talk, Bjorn, about the wagon or the train, the wagon?
Yeah, that's not part of my program. So if you have an
okay.
explanation,
Well,
that would be
I
really
thought you were going to.
Yeah.
There's one other thing that happens here, is that the ingenuity, of these soldiers is amazing. But they're using either a train car or a wagon that's down low. And instead of using a sap roller, they're going to use this, and they're going to fill it with cotton bales. And they're going to push that in front of where they're digging their trench, their approach here. So you can imagine the Confederates are in a conundrum. How are we going to stop this? And they finally figure out a way to do it, where they'll take their projectiles, are hollowed out. The mini balls are hollowed out. They're going to put some tow in the back of it, maybe a little bit of turpentine or something, put a reduced charge in the rifle so it doesn't go, real fast and straight out. It'll kind of poof and go into the cotton bales. And they don't think anything happens, but after a while, things start smoking and it catches fire. Of course, the Union soldiers will try to put it out, but the Confederates are prepared for it, and they'll make sure that they don't put it out, so it burns to the ground. And then they do have to make sap rollers here to continue on with their trenching. But it gets really bad from here on to the fort as far as the approach goes. And this is also where the mortars are, which
we're going to go
you
down
talk
and see
about
those
that.
in a second. But I also want to talk a little bit about this engineering, and based on another fine book that I've read and I like. And one thing that I've talked about, that Rick has talked about, that we've told each other, a lot of ingenuity, a lot of improvisation is going into these operations. Now, there's no doubt that the Confederates also have professional engineers, and there's no doubt the Confederates also have ingenuity. But there is a fantastic book called Engineering Victory. The author is Thomas Army. Thomas Army, as though just like the Army. And Thomas Army took a comparative study of Northern society, Southern society, basing it originally in systems of primary education. In the North, in 1860, there's a tradition of public schools. In the North, in 1860, there's a tradition of everybody being lettered, everybody being educated. In the South, there's no public schools, there's private schools. If you can afford to send your kid to school, you send your kid to school. If your kid is destined to work on a farm and be advocated for by Hinton, Rowe, and Helper, be one of these poor Southerners that is suffering because of slavery, then they don't have that advantage. In the North, by the time the Civil War starts, there's an industrial economy that's creating a bunch of stuff. Okay, I think a lot of us know about the Industrial Revolution and the stuff. But there's an outcome from that, especially when it comes to the demographic of young men. Young men, 10, 12, 15, quite often become very focused and interested in things that fall under the rubric of engineering. Boys like to fix things. They like to break things. They like to try to put them back together. This is the society at the time, and there may still be some residue of that in 2025. But in the Victorian era, boys like to fix things. And in this industrial economy, everywhere in the North, they already have year after year after year the tradition of the county fair. They're not doing county fairs in the South. They're doing auctions and sales and so on and so forth. Every county in every Union state is going to have at least one yearly county fair where all of the farmers, all of the workers take a weekend or a week off and go to the fair, and they play and they dance and they have a good time. And the McCormick Company sends a representative with the latest reaper. And all of the kids gather around and the rep shows them how to fix it. And there's a blacksmith and there are carpenters and there are all these people. And from their youth, these little kids have at least 2 or 3 times a year to just go crazy in their craft of whatever fascinates them. By 1861, these boys are enlisting in the Union Army. And they bring all of that uncertified, natural, social expertise that they have gathered by living in a free labor society that expects and enables these young boys to learn whatever it is that fascinates them. And in the South, there's a bit of a caste, right? If you're born in the dirt, you die in the dirt. In the North, and especially in the Midwest, you might be born in the dirt, but you can learn to be a blacksmith. You can learn to be a boilermaker. You can learn to be a carpenter. You can learn this, you can learn that. And so by the time these armies get to Vicksburg, this is the argument of Thomas' army, and it goes for the Eastern armies as well as the West. Every Union infantryman is a practical engineer. Every Union infantry is a practical combat engineer. They also have extremely well organized and resourced engineering departments. But every time the 45th Illinois stops, those young lead miners are ready to work with ingenuity. During Grant's inland campaign, you can see this at the Black River, the Confederates burned bridges. The Union infantry barely breaks stride and they're over the river. They fall out, they stack their bayonets. They start picking up lumber, they start picking up timber, fallen timber, vines, cane. They start making gabions, they start making fascines. And I'm being a little facetious, but they barely break stride. The next thing you know, they're over that river. And that's exactly the reason why Pemberton and Smith thought that they had all this time on May 18th. There's no way Grant could get across the river. We burned all the bridges. Grant didn't even need to issue the order. Neither did Hickenlooper. According to this argument from Engineering Victory, and I find it convincing, from childhood, the Union infantry were practical engineers.
Wow. That's fascinating.
There's also a book on engineering specifically on Vicksburg.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Engineering Victory at Vicksburg. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. I've read it.
Yeah.
Engineering Victory at Vicksburg.
It is a very, very good book. Gets into the meat and potatoes of what happens here, and it changed me a little bit on how I looked at what happened here.
All right, let's move down to where we see the get a view of the motor from
Because otherwise it's been in the way of Hickenlooper's battery. So it
right.
had-
Yeah.
So on this side of the cut?
Down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This side. This side of the cut.
By now the approach continues, and there are Logan approach.
And that tall sign there.
Yeah. And then Logan approach is going to eventually move up to this tall sign. And we're going to talk about that when we get to it. That's going to be the death pit. That's going to be the mine, and that we'll cover that there. Briefly, since I'm really enjoying the engineering part, but briefly we do have interpretation, both this tablet and these monuments to show what happened on the 22nd of May in Logan's assault, John Smith's brigade. And they came up, some of their left flanks kind of going the way we did, also coming down across the road. They actually launched their attack in column of battalions, and then as they got into the final assault, they shook out left and right so that it was a line of battle by the time they came up here. And then right here is the parapet for 3rd Louisiana Redan. So that's the Louisianas are firing down at them. And then these monuments here that we didn't, the markers, the stone markers that we didn't stop and read, those are the various regiments of this brigade. That's as far as they got on that day. There are Confederate defenders over there, Confederate defenders up here, and then Union markers here as well. But they could not get into 3rd Louisiana Redan on the day. They fell back. Then they came back using weeks, more than a month to get to Battery Hickenlooper, and then continuing that sap all the way along here. Now, on the mine explosion is going to be the 25th of June. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But during the course of that, they're also entrenching along here. They're also finding ways to get at the Confederates. And this is a good place to stop for that. We're not going to go down the hill, but the park does have steps that are not in great shape right now, but there will be. A monument down here. Down here, federal engineers and artillerists created an improvised battery of mortars. An improvised battery of mortars. And they did this by taking tree stumps, carving out the tree stumps, experimenting with it a little bit, carving out the tree stumps, painting it. It's important to paint it. And not just, the paint binds the wood and makes it it's that same paint that is used to paint the artillery caissons and wagons and limbers and things like that.
Sweet gum tree.
Sweet gum tree, yeah. So sweet gum stumps.
Very gnarled.
Very gnarled, yeah.
Very gnarled. They have a really dense. They don't split easy.
Yeah, they don't split easy. So you got to dig them out, paint them, band them with barrel bands, and then put in a small charge. It can only be a small charge. It's wood. This is a wooden mortar. But they were able to get those together, and they were able to get 4 of them, as I understand, operational. And on the 1st of July, so this postdates the mine explosion, on the 1st of July, they were able to start mortaring cannonballs right into 3rd Louisiana Redan. So those parapets aren't protecting the defenders in 3rd Louisiana anymore, which were Missourians by that time. So, again, they have practically engineered, just Union soldiers, engineers, and the soldiers themselves put together, invented a field mortar. Now, at the time, they already had siege mortars. The Navy used them, but now they have field mortars. And they're fairly portable. They can move them around. They can dig them into a hole and send indirect fire right into the protected part of 3rd Louisiana Redan. The Confederates found a way to respond to that, which we might talk about a little bit later. But yeah, the Confederates were not interested in sitting still and getting blown up. They thought of some countermeasures, and they took those as well. But here we see the area where those mortars were deployed. So let's move on up to the wayside.
Grant did not have mortars. He had requested cohorns. He had no intention of besieging Vicksburg, and they wouldn't send the cohorns, and as the siege progresses, that's when they come up with the wooden mortars.
Now, General Hickenlooper has been the star of the show so far, so as you can tell, yeah, there is a monument to Andrew Hickenlooper right here near the culmination of at least one of his projects. He probably had projects he was more proud of, but a good place for a moment anyway. Straight down. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You gotta be really cool. That's right.
Is uncommonly instructive. And so I like it a lot. It's used as the dust jacket for Tim Smith's book on the siege of Vicksburg and reproduced inside of it. So I'm not going to explain it to you because it explains itself so very well. I'm going to give you a few minutes to just enjoy the wayside and read it and look at the illustrations, and you'll get the idea. When you look over here, you'll see where those soldiers are painted in the illustration. When you look up here, you can see the death pit after the explosion of the mine. Take your time with it. I'm going to be up here.
And also their countermine. And their countermine, right.
The story more authoritatively in an iron tablet, about as well as you could imagine. But in the next step, after Hickenlooper gets his approach up to that blue tablet right there, well, they've come within spitting distance of the Confederates. And then the top of the earthwork would have been about here, where these cannons are. So it's time for the Federals to start digging a gallery. There's a famous battle at Petersburg called the Battle of the Crater. That's not this one, but they're doing the same thing. The Federals start digging, they start mining. Amongst them, of course, the 45th Illinois Regiment, the lead miners, that already knew how to do this before they came here. They weren't the only ones, but they certainly took their turns. And so down there, below that tablet, they began tunneling. They needed to tunnel out about 40 feet of underground, of dirt. The dirt needed to be hidden so that the Confederates could not see that there was dirt flying out from under the... so there are a number of ways that they would have done that, like taking the dirt out at night in sacks and then very slowly pushing the mine up to here. And then once it got about here, 2 galleries, which means the mine reached about there. Some went here, a few feet that way, a few feet that way. Then they packed the galleries with 2,200 pounds of TNT, of gunpowder, And at about 3 in the afternoon, this has it accurate, but on the 25th of June, they lit that thing off. About 3 in the afternoon, they lit that thing off, and the plan was for the mine to blow down the earthwork, to blow down the parapet, blow away the Confederates, and then the Federals would come storming through. This takes time to set up the big surprise. The Confederates can hear the digging. You can't hide it forever. The Confederates can hear the digging, and the Confederates begin counter mines. So from that side of the parapet, the Confederates start digging mines in a desperate attempt to find the Union mines, and hopefully they can find them in time before they're blown sky high. Confederates, however, are also have some forethought, some ingenuity, so they've already begun to build a new parapet, or a berm is the term we're going to use for it, back here where that red, you see the back of that red tablet. So the Confederates are already preparing. If they blow us to kingdom come, what are we going to do next? And so they continue countermining. On the afternoon of the 25th of June,
the mine does go off, and where we're standing is blown sky high, leaving a huge crater in the ground. The terraplane of the bastion is blown away. Terraplane is a word that describes the outside part of the bastion. Doesn't mean the entire bastion went, although it was all damaged, but the terraplane blew all out, all toward the Federals. Were there Confederates in the countermine?
Yes.
There were Confederates in the countermine working when it blew. There was also an enslaved gentleman by the name of Abraham.
He's the next countermine.
Oh, he's the next countermine. Okay, yeah. But there were
They lost about 6 men. I believe it was the 43rd Mississippi. So when they do the second countermine, which we'll get to in a minute, then they're going to switch to the slave labor. Anyway, it lost about 6 soldiers from the, I think it was the 43rd. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
43rd Mississippi killed in
Right
the
down
explosion.
hill here.
Yes. According to the plan, the Federals rushed straight into the pit in order to get up and over. The lead regiment was the 45th Illinois Regiment, the lead miners. They built it. They were going to attack it. There is an account, and I believe it's by a private by the name of Crummer in the 45th Illinois, of I believe it's their commander, Smith, somehow questioning whether or not that they would want to go in. You've been fighting all these weeks. You built the mine. You blew the mine up. Are you ready to actually also be the advanced guard of the attack? And I believe the sense I got from the soldier is that the enlisted men of the 45th were somewhat insulted by the question that they might not want to do it. And I believe the response, paraphrased from the source, was, when have we ever failed to follow an order that you gave? So there was no need for they're saying there's no need for their commander to be solicitous of their lives. This was their work, and they were going to get it done. They were going to carry it to the conclusion. So the first regiment in was the 45th. The 45th made it into the pit, into the crater. They came to the area where there was a remnant of the original bastion. Upon reaching it, they see that the Confederates have already created a second bastion, and that they are being fired upon at point-blank range by Confederates behind this bastion. And so the 45th begins to form in the pit and return fire. And then other Federals around here return fire. Artillery, infantry, everybody trying to cover these guys. And the lead miners hold on for as long as they can. And then finally, when they're exhausted, they're swapped out and another regiment comes in. And I will let you read the tablet if you want to see the long list of Union regiments that continue to file in and out of the pit of death, the death pit, for 20 hours?
26 hours.
For 26 hours. As though they're clocking in and out of their jobs at a rendering plant, at a butcher shop. The Union soldiers, in a workmanlike way, keep coming in, relieving each other, taking a position here, firing across the gorge, what this calls a gorge, between where the Confederates are now and this. And the Federals they're well resourced, so they start bringing up cases of a new invention called a hand grenade. And I don't know the design of the grenades that they were using. Do you?
Ketchum grenade.
Ketchum grenade. Can you explain it?
All right, so those of you who have a little gray in your hair and your beard probably remember the yard darts we played when we were kids and decided were too dangerous. Well, imagine instead of a spike on the end of that yard dart, you got a hand grenade. Little oval thing, doesn't look a whole lot different than, say, a Vietnam era grenade. Except it has a percussion cap on the end. The tail of the back made it land point down. The idea was you threw it over in there, it would hit point down and go boom. The problem was that tail also slowed them down. So sometimes a bright man could catch that thing, throw it back. So that went back and forth for a while. Of course, if it didn't hit just right on the nose, it might not go off either. So it was not perfected technology. The Confederates actually did a little more simple job. They would take their smaller floating cannonballs, 12-pound cannonballs about that big around, cut that fuse real short, glide it, roll that over. So that happened back and forth. So yeah, grenades were in use. They were not the efficient things we're used to today, but they were deadly.
Yeah. They're deadly. Constant firing from both sides, musketry from both sides, constant artillery firing from both sides. And
the Confederates actually have a rifle can just like this one in the trench with them. That's a 3-inch ordnance rifle.
3-inch ordnance rifle.
Very powerful little gun.
Is that the Appeal battery here that we're talking about? Yeah, the Appeal Arkansas battery, Captain William Hogg. So yeah, it's gosh, so many of our battlefield programs make us try to conceptualize a battle that occurs over a large amount of terrain. Thousands of Union soldiers rotated in and out of this battle, and hundreds of Confederates rotated out in and out of this battle. And for the most part, we are standing on the entire battlefield. Obviously, there are Federals over here, outside of the pit, over there, and there are Confederates coming up outside of the pit. But the Battle of the Death Pit, 26 hours with the Federals fighting to get out of the hole that they'd blown, and the Confederates struggling to stop them. And finally, after 26 hours, as I believe, reading this, the last regiment to take a shift in the death hole was the 45th Illinois Regiment, before they were finally ordered back to, I suppose they fell back to Battery Hickenlooper, or maybe just down to the...
No, they're back to battery.
Back to the Battery Hickenlooper.
But they're going to start working again.
Uh-huh.
Just to piggyback on what Bjorn's saying, remember where we were at Battery Hickenlooper? That's where Grant is, that's where McPherson is, that's where Logan is, and they're watching when this thing goes up. So that's how close they are, 100, 130 yards away from this explosion. The general of the Army's right here.
Remember,
I mean, that's
trees
something.
aren't here, so you can actually see that from here. Right?
So, they're going to feel all of that. And one of the failures here is Hickenlooper. Hickenlooper is a civil engineer, not a military engineer, and he's literally reading the manual as he does this, and he doesn't know how much powder to put here. The cadets at West Point practice, but no one has ever done this before. This will be the first time in U.S. military history that this mine explosion is going to take place. So this is an experiment on his part, and he's not getting any guidance from anybody. He solicits it, but he's not getting anything. So it's a guess how much powder and then what happens. And there's many descriptions of how big this crater was. 10 feet deep, 20 feet wide, 15 feet deep, 30 feet wide. There's a great big hole here. And when you disturb this dirt, remember this is this lowest soil again. When you disturb it with an explosion, it reverts back to what was it when it came here?
Dust.
It was dust. Dust to dust. And so you try to climb out of a hole that you can't get a purchase on, and Hickenlooper never thought of ladders. And that's one of the reasons why they're stuck in this hole. But of course the Confederates are ready for them too. So they learn a lot from this. And of course they'll use it again at Petersburg.
Try it again, yeah. And now I'm going to very quickly cover the second mine. Was that originated from the pit?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first death pit having failed, they decided to try it again, and so the Federals started digging to try to blow through this one, and this battle had started on the 25th, and it went to into the 27th, or late on the 26th, I should say. But certainly it was the 27th of June before they started going again. By that time, the rest of the siege is still squeezing the Confederates. and the Confederates are running short on those rations. Time is running out inside Vicksburg. The second explosion was ready on the 1st of July. And on the 1st of July, they blew up the second mine, and that time they did not attempt to rush the mine. They just blew it up. They just blew up some Confederates. There was this story I started telling. After the 6 soldiers were killed countermining the first mine, the Confederates decided they would use enslaved labor to do the dangerous job of countermining. And so at the second time of when the second mine exploded, the countermines were filled with slaves who were working to try to find the mine. There was a survivor.
You mind if I tell that?
Yeah, if you'd like to tell that story, please tell us about that story.
All right, so second explosion goes off on the 1st of July. The first shot at Gettysburg is being fired the very same day. Now, the Confederates are not waiting for the end. They've been digging these countermines. Again, as we've said already, because of so many soldiers lost for the first one, the second round are being dug by enslaved laborers. So the second explosion goes off, the ground just lifts up and blasts out in every direction. Dust multiplied out the sky. Cannon carriages and heavy timbers are falling hundreds of yards away. And over the middle of the Union line, a body hits the ground. One of the slaves working on the countermine. Somebody bends over and checks him. He's alive. They pick him up, dust him off. Not even badly hurt. Can't believe it. Pat him on the back, shaking his hand. Somebody in the vernacular, how they spoke at the time, says, "How far you think you went, boy?" "Oh, must have gone about 3 miles." Wow. His name was Abraham. He was known thereafter as the man.
Thank you. Just a reminder, what I said before, Morgan and Rick are licensed battlefield guides here at Vicksburg, and they give programs of this quality every time they're hired. So, let us ring the bell for them every time they give us nuggets like this, and let us remember the friends of Vicksburg. It's time to drop another donation in the tip jar for the friends of Vicksburg.
Last nugget here, anyways. So Grant is, when the explosion happens on the 25th and it's not successful, he has sent orders out. There are 13 approaches being dug at this point in time. And he says by July 6th, I want them all finished. I want the galleries finished. I want the mines ready to go. And on July 6th, we're going to have an all-out attack. Everybody's coming. And so that information is going to get communicated to the Confederates. And that's another reason why the Confederates wind up surrendering here. But Grant saw what happened here. He's not waiting any longer, and that's going to happen on July 6th. Doesn't happen because the Confederates surrender on July 4th, and that's one of the reasons why the Confederates are going to surrender.
Hey Rick, what happened to the craters? Obviously not here anymore, so at some point it got covered in, or do we know?
They're going to fill in a lot of stuff here.
This is going to be the main, this road, the Jackson Road, was the main road in Vicksburg before the war. It's going to be the main road in Vicksburg after the war. So after the war is over, the road's got to be repaired. So they'll fill in these holes and stuff like this. They'll fill in the trenches. The Union Army's going to be here for the rest of the war and then well into Reconstruction. Vicksburg will remain a fortified city under Union occupation. They will eventually bring the lines in much closer so they don't have to have as big a garrison. But they're going to go out here and demilitarize these outlying areas so the Confederates can't come back in here and say 6 months or a year later with a fresh army and turn the siege around. So they're going to fill in the trenches, they'll reduce the size of the forts, and of course at some point along the line, I don't know exactly when it happened, the road had to be fixed. So they threw some dirt in these holes and put the road back into service, and some of my friends are a little older than I am, so they actually remember driving right down this road on the way into Vicksburg to buy groceries. It wasn't until the 1960s when the part went under the big reorganization, I think the whole program was called Mission 66 all across the country there, that they actually created a new road actually down to the ravine here. We passed it a couple of times in the last couple of days. That took the traffic off this road and allowed this to be enclosed into the permanent part of the park.
How far out was the main wall of the Redan?
You're actually right there about where he can move
all the way down there.
Where that sign is, that says that's the salient angle.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
where the trench came from. So you've got the two faces going either way out here like that. So think of the stockade redan. That's what this looked like at the time, except this is the only fort that did not have a ditch in front of it for some reason. All the rest of the forts had ditches in front of it.
Would it be safe to say, Rick, that the salient was higher than it is now?
Oh, yeah.
So perhaps about as high as the tablet is?
Look over here. See the high spot over behind the cannon?
Oh, okay.
Now,
So even higher than that.
So it'll bring that all the way down.
Okay.
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 I put a tape measure on that one time. It's 10 feet straight down.
So the fact that we're standing where we are is part of the whatever is left of the crater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Hey, let's go ahead. No,
pretty
finish
much
your
the
thought.
whole second explosion pretty much breached the whole fort.
Oh, okay.
But again, the Confederates, there was a massive firefight. They rolled up fabric and Kent fabric, pulled up dirt, and rolled into there, tried to close it up, but there was never an assault.
Okay.
But the city will surrender in a couple of days.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's move on up to the top of the rise here. Now we can't tell the entire story. Now that we've told the Union story, we can't tell the entire Confederate story. But just take it from me, it was not a simple story of the Confederates waiting around every day. Hickenlooper's battery could blow into that that bastion. Those 30-pounders fired at point-blank range. The Confederates hiding behind those breastworks, they would have been backed by wood, and if those 30-pounders hit the outside of the bastion hard enough, which they were hitting it hard enough, it could crack that wood, it could push down those posts, it could start blowing the lost soil down into where the Confederates are, and during the day the Confederates can't do anything about that. During the day they can't do anything about that, and then finally when things let up at night, well, they're not going to sleep tonight. They're going to have to spend all night reinforcing that bastion so that when the Federal, rebuilding that bastion so that when the Federals start shooting it again tomorrow, they're going to shoot it down again. So the Federals, other than the fact that they, on the first, they did blow up this bastion without following up with an attack, but every single hour of every single day, they were threatening to blow through the bastion. And every single night, the Confederates had a detail up all night long, rebuilding and repairing the damage created in the day. So add that to the hunger and the fatigue of the daily experience of the Confederate defenders. Now, for a long time, it was 3rd Louisiana Regiment, but also the most effective infantry left to General Pemberton was a division under the command of Major General John Bowen. The former Park Service historian Edwin Cole Barse called Bowen's division the best division in either army in this campaign. That was Cockrell's Missouri, 1st Missouri Confederate Brigade, and Green's Arkansas Brigade, which might have still had a Missouri regiment in it. Am I right? Yeah. But Bowen's division was the most effective Confederate division left, and like Barth said, he thought it was the best division in either army, which meant they became the fire brigade. They were not supposed to be in the trenches. They would be back there running to wherever they were needed, while other Confederates manned the trenches. So if you go to the Battle of Stockade Redan, on both the 19th and the 22nd, you will see that the Louisiana and Arkansas troops and Mississippi troops defend the Redan, and then there's always an afterthought of, and then the Missourians came up and reinforced them and caused the Federals to pull back. And that was the 2nd Missouri Regiment was over there for that battle. And then at the Crater Battle, it was the 6th Missouri Regiment under Colonel Irwin set up here to assist in keeping the Confederates out. Colonel Irwin, Eugene Irwin, is that what that says? Eugene Irwin killed during the battle, and then
Tony, you're backing up to
and then on the 1st, in another tragic episode, the mine blew up on the 1st, and Irwin's replacement, Lieutenant Colonel Centeny, tried to lead a counterattack. Now, as we know, as the Federals know, the Federals did not try to attack after the June 1st mine explosion, but Colonel Centeny attempted to lead a counterattack into what he assumed would be a Union attack, and he was killed, leading his Missourians to try to seal the breach on that day. So it's a bit of an ironic tragedy. Colonel Centeny was killed, leading a counterattack on an operation where the Union was not attacking at that moment. Well,
Got one thing here.
yeah.
So if you look to the north, you can see the Union Navy monument here.
Yeah.
All right, so that's right above the Caro. So if we were to go a little bit further to the west, you would get to Fort Hill. So you're actually looking, you can kind of follow the siege lines here. It's hard to see when you're on the road, but from here, you can see this is an arc that goes around to the north side and then continues around this way. It's a half circle, a half moon around the city of Vicksburg, which in 1863 is 2 miles away from us here. So this is a really neat place to kind of see the siege lines from here.
All right, let's go ahead and wrap our material right now. I was sort of monkeying with continuing going, Rick, but I think if we continued going, we might not stop because we'd be heading right on down. But there's so many interesting Confederate stories if we just go down there. So I'm just going to point at it from one here. Down there is an Arkansas battery that was when we talked about the mortars. You might want to find some place to hide because right now you're standing where the mortars were coming down. That were right down there at that monument. Those wooden mortars, those tree stump mortars were here. The Confederates needed to try to put those guys out of business, so they took a 12-pound howitzer and they propped it up so that it was aimed like a mortar, and they put reduced charges in it. And it was pretty much where there's a red tablet back over. Yeah, Morgan, is it this one or is it back down there by the other red tablet?
Rick, I always thought it was right here.
Oh, okay.
I think it's this right here.
This right here. So I mean, there it is. That's the target. Yeah. So the Confederates are lobbying. Chip shot. Yeah, just doing a chip shot. Golf chip. Yeah.
They just need to roll rocks down on
it. And that's part of the daily give and take.
One of the first memoirs written after the war, published, was William Tunnard's. And Tunnard writes in here about eating rats as a delicacy. But the other thing he always talks about too is at night, and you mostly don't talk about what are the soldiers doing at night, but there apparently was a choir in here, and they would sing at night various songs, and they said that sometimes the applause was louder from the Union side than it was from the Confederate side. And then you have this interaction at night, the pickets talking to the Union soldiers, and that's how a lot of information gets passed back and forth, and that's how Pemberton is going to find out about July 6th. Grant makes no secret about it. He thought about stopping these informal truces, but he was getting good information, good intelligence from it, so he kept it up.
Mm-hmm. All right. then I guess what we've tried to cover is a couple of things. One, we look all the way back here, we can see where we started. You can't really see the Shirley House exactly from here, but you see the sites around it. Since then, we've talked about the soldiers who were going to fight here. Some of them being Southerners, Union Southerners, coming down here, and we talked about the Shirleys, and we learned about some of the political ideology. Sort of created a little more nuance in our understanding of the reasons why these soldiers fought and what they thought about the issues of the day, what there was in things that were in their mind while they were fighting. That's a bit of a debate among historians. There's a historian named Gerald Linderman that said soldiers don't care about politics, they never think about it, they only fight for each other. And then the response to that from the great Civil War historian James McPherson wrote a book called For Cause and Comrades, where he found that Civil War soldiers were deeply devoted to their political causes, even in the most difficult times of death and danger. It's an ongoing debate and a fun one to have. But certainly McPherson, and I tend to fall on the McPherson side. When I read the letters, when I read the diaries, when I read things like that, these guys never forgot why they went into this war, and they fought intensely for it right to the end. So we had a little more nuance. We learned about anti-slavery ideology. We learned about the paradox of a Southern slaveholder being a Unionist and going against his community and suffering for it. Then we followed the attack. We went down through the ravine. We built Hickenlooper's battery. We learned about engineering. We learned about ingenuity. And we learned a little bit about those Union enlisted men that seemed to be able to invent anything out of anything whenever it was needed. Then we came up here and we blew the mine, the pit of death, which brought us to, helped bring the Confederates to surrender. But I would add one last thing. No single thing, no single event that we ever talked about brought the Confederates to surrender. It was always a combination of everything at once, all the time. It wasn't just hunger, it wasn't eating rats, it wasn't just one mine, it wasn't just one assault, it wasn't the sharpshooters, but it was all of these things. And then I'll add one more bit of data. By the time the siege is over and we lay out the butcher's bill for both armies in the siege, in the assaults, the Union soldiers were mowed down. By the time the siege is over, the Union soldiers have suffered terribly in hunger, suffering, heat, sickness, but their casualties are very low. The Confederate soldiers manning these barricades have long butcher's bills for the siege. You would think defenders in a siege might be more well protected. It's not the case at Vicksburg. When you look at the butcher's bill at the end of the siege, you see more of what you saw at the 27th Louisiana Redan. A lot of casualties, and a disproportionate number of those casualties are killed in action. So that brings that last piece, that sort of brings in that last piece of the sharpshooters. And we talked about tactical culture in our first stop. So that for the Union Army of the Tennessee, that tactical culture is being created at Vicksburg as the federal sharpshooters everywhere, all the time, with almost unlimited ammunition, walking out to their posts with buckets of ammunition, can shoot at every head anytime any Confederate deigns to move. So that's another important thing. But the reason for the surrender is everything, all the time, all at once. And the Confederates ran out of time. Joe Johnston wasn't coming. And he couldn't have done it. He couldn't have gotten past Sherman if he could have. And the surrender happened. And after
47 days.
After 47 days of siege, digging, suffering, shooting, inventing, finally the siege ended, and these parapets were crowned. These parapets and those parapets were crowned with Union and Confederate soldiers standing out in the open, staring at each other, waiting for whatever was going to come next. All right. We could do more questions. We certainly have great resources if you have questions.
I'm going to throw one more thing, and then we probably need to talk about how we get out of here.
Yeah.
So something that I've been looking at, I had a staff ride last year with the medical unit, and I really don't look too much into medical stuff, but it caused me to do some more hunting, and there was a young lady that did her master's thesis on some of the medical stuff here. It kind of opened my eyes on some things, but she recently revised all that, and the book just got published. Her first name's Lindsay. She happened to be a seasonal here.
Okay.
Lindsay, and I think her married name is Robinette, but she's a professor, associate professor, somewhere in Alabama, I think, or something like that. And the name of the book is something, The Fighting Surgeon. What is it?
The Surgeon's Battle.
Oh, there you are, Peter.
Surgeon's Battle.
The
Peter
Surgeon's
just snuck up
Battle.
on us.
And Peter turned me on to the book. I'd read the thesis, and he said, hey, this just got printed. I said, wow. She printed her book, but she put a lot more into it. And I encourage you to look at that. There's a lot of good information in there about how bad Grant's army was suffering, and really how bad the Confederates were suffering. Because this time of the year, in May, in June, July, it's the worst time as far as disease goes in this area at that time. So anyway, I made a command decision after we came out of that hole down there. We're not going back that way. So, but what we're going to do is we're going to skirt around the closed area, and I just ask that don't saunter. We want to get through it
at the double quick,
expeditiously.
Yeah. All right. And then you can see over here it's Battery Benton. So this is the closest that you can get to the Confederate lines. If you can see through the trees there, you'll see a gas station. On the other side of that gas station is a parking lot. On the other side of that parking lot is South Fort. And that's the southern anchor of the Confederate line. So on this map, if you get close, we're here, and there's the Confederate lines right there. So we're here, and there's the Confederate lines. Here's Fort Hill. So you can see the red line here is the fortifications, the Confederate fortifications. And so what we're looking at right now behind us is the Mississippi River, but it has changed, and I'll let you talk about that. But what I want to point out to you here is, if you look at the far side of the river, in 1863, that was the near side of the river. So what I'm telling you is this area all out in front of us here, if you look at it, you can see this is all swamp. All down in here. This is all wetlands that would have been out here because the river had been over here before it floods and everything. This is where all the mosquitoes are going to be breeding. This is where you get all the yellow fever epidemics in the town and things of that nature. So all that stuff is coming in from here and then above us too. So go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rick. Hey, I am. I guess we're starting a new program. I am Bjorn Skaptason, and welcome to Shiloh Discussion Group's programs of Vicksburg. And so this is the last program for the weekend. It is my hope that anybody who has not already suffered irreparable physical or mental injury might still have a chance to get totally wiped out. But we have one more program to do. And it is an engineering themed program. And it is called Grant's Canal. We are going to talk about the history of I'm going to call it by what we like to call it in the history profession, the Williams Grant Canal project. And I'll explain that in a little bit. We're going to talk about the canal when we get to the canal. But the point is, this is going to be a program that looks at an endeavor to change the course of the Mississippi River. And by so doing, hopefully avoid all of this Vicksburg nonsense that the Federals are going to have to put up with. So, I'm going to give you a little bit more of introduction when we get to the canal trace itself. But I want to tell you this, and thank Rick for advising us to come here, because this is one of the finest overlooks we're going to see to understand the big picture. So let us start the story here. If you had been standing on this height on the 27th of April, 1876, you would not have been alone. It would have been hundreds of people from Vicksburg, men, women, children, families, gathered to see something spectacular and terrifying, gathered to see a force of nature, powerful, more powerful and more impressive than anybody would ever witness. And when the event had finished, everybody knew they would be bankrupted. They would be out of business. Their best hopes and dreams would be crushed. The Mississippi River was about to desert Vicksburg. Prior to that time, the Mississippi River, meandering through its floodplain, down from Lake Itasca to St. Louis, Memphis, the Delta, a river draining, water draining across the landscape, weaving left, weaving right, always scouring and gouging dirt and earth and carrying it here, depositing it there. In the natural game of rock, paper, and scissors, water always wins. There's no mountain that can stand up to water. There's no bluff that can stand up to water. There's not even a species that can stand up to water when it wants to do what it wants to do. And on the 27th of April, 1876, the people of Vicksburg gathered here in apprehension to see the Mississippi River scour and cut the last bit of land of DeSoto Point, the giant meander bend that wandered up north of Vicksburg, turned around and flowed in front of the river, in front of the Vicksburg city front. And Rick already described the channel and continued on its way to the Mississippi River. On that day, it finally gave way, and in a huge flood, a huge cataract of water, all of what was left of the center of what they called DeSoto Point washed away. A huge maelstrom waterfall crushing, and within 24 hours, the Mississippi River had a new channel, the one that you see today. It came down, it cut through, and it moved to the south and left Vicksburg high and dry. So that was a bad day for the folks of Vicksburg, and it did lead to many years of economic uncertainty, economic trouble. What the river did that day was what Generals Williams and Grant and their engineers had attempted to make the river do 12 or 13 years before that. The Centennial Cutoff did not occur at the location of Grant's Canal. It occurred elsewhere. And over the years, things got worse for Vicksburg. But then also over the years, appeals to the federal government, particularly the Army Corps of Engineers, many plans, many ideas to try to return Vicksburg to the river. And the city fathers and people from the state had hoped for a lot of federal help in doing this. One of the projects that they were going to need to try to accomplish was to divert the Yazoo River, which flows into the river north of Vicksburg. Now we're going to engineer a diversion of the Yazoo so that it will not fall into the river where it wants to. It will flow down in front of Vicksburg, and then Vicksburg will have a port, and then Vicksburg will be returned. It was a major project. It was going to take years for the Army Corps of Engineers to do it. It's going to need lots of funding, and it was going to need lots of continual support from the federal government. Luckily for them, at the same time, thousands of veterans of the Civil War, backed by Congress, were advocating for the creation of the Vicksburg National Military Park. Things go hand in hand. Politics go hand in hand. Vicksburg was, I'm sure they were glad to have the tourism, and the veterans were glad to have the park, but also creating the Vicksburg Park kept the government focused on Vicksburg's economic needs, as well as the tourism and all the and the memorials and all the rest. And then finally, we're not going to go too deep into it because it's a different project. Finally, the Yazoo Diversion Canal was created, and in about 1906, maybe 1903, Vicksburg was returned to the river. The port of Vicksburg opened. Now we can't see everything here, but Rick has another visual.
So just looking at this map right here, you can see the main channel. So that's the main channel. This is where it went in 1876. Made the turn here, left the city of Vicksburg up here further to the north, where eventually there would be less and less water in the old river channel right here. And then in 1903, you can see where the Yazoo diversionary canal came in. So if you look at this right now, look at the two bridges. In between the two bridges, I can see a cell tower. That is where Grant's Canal is, or Williams Canal is right here. So here we are on this map at Navy Circle. Here's the channel. Here's Grant's Canal, right where that cell tower is. And you'll see that cell tower when we get over there. So you can see how close those engineers came to trying to tame the river, but they failed.
And then if you look up and look at the main channel, you can see that cell tower, from our point of view up here, the Grant's Canal is going to cut, from our point of view, perpendicularly across this point right here. And that means that the historic river went pretty much straight that way, not toward us, but straight away from us. That's right. And then went several miles up there, made a severe meander turn, and then came straight down in front of Vicksburg. That meant that this DeSoto Point was very narrow, a very narrow bit of land. Even in 1863, it was close to cutting, and in fact, those engineers had thought, well, maybe all we need to do is just help the river a little bit, do what it wants to do anyway. So right now, I've never been over there. I don't know if anybody ever goes over there, but there's a body of water called Centennial Lake, which represents about half of the historic channel. The port of Vicksburg I don't know that's for sure, but it appears to me to be dredged out from the original channel where it made its turn, and then it falls into the canal, which is what you see in front of you when you're standing at the Vicksburg waterfront.
So when you go to 10 South, just look over, you're looking at the Yazoo Diversionary Canal.
Yeah.
How far is it from here to here?
It's about 4 miles.
4 miles.
4 to 5
Shut
miles.
off 4 miles of
Yep.
river.
Now, whatever is happening in those woods over there right now, I don't know. I'm assuming it's alligators and bears and snakes.
So think of this, when we cross over the river, and when you think you're over the river, in 1863, you're just starting to cross over the river.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if you look on either side, I haven't been over there in a while, but you'll probably see a lot of swamp, or it could have been, it's down pretty low right now, so you may not see a lot, but most of the time it's all full of water over there.
Well,
So-
right now, from here you can see the water tower for the community of Delta,
Right.
Louisiana, which we will be going near. And the community of Delta is pretty much the far bank of the river.
Yeah.
So that water tower would be pretty much the far bank of the river. The sand would be the near bank of the river. And then those woods would be the river, the main river channel at the top. All right, well then, that is the story of how the river left Vicksburg and the Army Corps of Engineers brought the river back to Vicksburg, and the creation of Vicksburg National Military Park played a role in that it kept the eyes of Congress and the eyes of the nation on Vicksburg, and knowing that it would that creating that public work was also as valuable as creating the canal public work.
If I add one more thing,
Yeah.
something happening today too as well because of the change of the river is undercutting this bank of the river ever so slowly.
Yeah.
That's why Louisiana Circle is closed, because it's basically making it fall into the
Right.
river now, and it's kind of doing the same thing all along the bank.
So the river continues to river.
Yeah, it continues to
It continues to do what it wants to do and not what we want it
Correct.
to do.
All right, if you're driving, as you're driving across the bridge, and let's put it this way, don't if you're driving, but if you're a passenger, look over, when we get over the bridge back that channel, look over to the right, you'll see the mouth of the Yazoo. And that's where the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers diverted the Yazoo into the old Mississippi Channel and gave old Vicksburg access to the river.
All right, to get over the river, you've got to come out of the parking lot here and make a left.
It's the only Connecticut.
If you look up here, you'll see the harp up there too.
Yeah. Irish unit.
Irish Lake.
Yep. To stand or how close Tony wants to stand, but we got an interstate here, so even though it's the last program of the last day, I am gonna have to break out my outside voice, which is fine. I like being loud. But here we are at Grant's Canal Trace, and we're gonna do the program about Grant's Canal. But first, a little bit of autobiography. Many years ago, yours truly was an indifferent liberal arts major at a major Midwestern university, University of Kansas at Lawrence. Interested in the Civil War, but not studying history, not taking a Civil War class. And like other large liberal arts colleges, the University of Kansas had their science departments indulgently create science classes for non-majors, meaning a science class that someone like me might be able to actually pass, which means you can't have too much science in it. And so I needed that science distribution, and so I signed up for Introduction to River Systems, because I could already say that I was kind of a nerd for water. I was unusually fascinated with the behavior of water, rivers, things like that. Even then, even though I wasn't concentrating on that. So yeah, river systems looks good. And so I started the study of hydrography, or at least for one semester, the study of hydrography. The geographical study of river systems and how they work, how water drains, what water does to the earth, how water behaves, and so on and so forth. Well, it required the writing of a paper, and that paper, under normal circumstances, would have required some command of science for this student to get out of it. But I came up with an idea, and I told my professor, hey, I would like to write a science paper about a Civil War story, about a canal that General U.S. Grant tried to build in 1863 to divert the Mississippi River and bypass the city of Vicksburg. And my professor, Professor Johnson, said, that's not science. I said, I'm not a major. He said, okay. And he said, in fact, I'd be very interested to read it, but this is your assignment. Don't bring me a history paper. Bring me a science paper. Bring me a paper that shows what you learned in this class. So your paper about Grant's Canal needs to be about the river. It needs to be about the canal. It needs to be about how it, to the extent it can be about people at all, it needs to be, tell me the story of how an engineering project was created, executed, and either worked or did not work. That is how you need to frame this science paper. And so don't bring me a Civil War paper, bring me that. And I said, I think I can do that. I think I can do that for you. And I managed to do it. I got my grade. And so I feel like ever since I took that class, and I should say, in order to get through that class, I called my father, my now late father, and said, Dad, I need to write a paper about a canal in Vicksburg. Let's go to Vicksburg. And so Dad and I got in the car and we took spring break and I came down here to Vicksburg. First time I ever visited Vicksburg. I was an undergraduate with my dad. Came down, needed to find this, didn't know whether it existed or not. I had called the Vicksburg Military Park, and I heard they had people called historians at parks, and I said to whoever picked up the phone, may I speak with the historian of the Vicksburg National Military Park? And pretty soon the phone clicked up and a very pleasant voice said, hello, this is Terry Winchell, what can I do to help you? And everything else that I learned about this and everything else that I got by mastering that topic and writing that paper, a lot of it I owe to the generosity of the former park historian Terry Winchell. And I know a lot of you know him, so I wanted to make sure we did a hat tip to Terry. Terry drove me out here. He said, yeah, I know where that is. It's protected but not interpreted, so I can drive you out there. He got me out here. He said, there it is. It's a hole in the ground. Knock yourself out. I started measuring it. I took a survey of it. You know, I measured how long it was, how deep it was. I didn't have a phone like these, so I had to actually get out. I drew some rope across it to see how far it would go, and I put stakes and I put pins, measured it, got it all done, and then sort of surveyed out to where it would go. Went up there, had a great time. And so I ended up writing this paper about Grant's Canal. And so part of that is going to be in this program. I would like this program to have as much engineering and hydrography and the science of what is going on in this engineering project. A project of engineering that rests within a war. And so that's the autobiography. That's where I'm coming from. And I can tell you that even on that day when I was taking my measurements down here, I was wishing someday I might be able to do a program where I tell people all about this stuff. So this is actually making a circle of all the programs I did at Shiloh, of all the programs I've done for you, of the 2 other programs I've done at Vicksburg in my life. This is one of the things that I wanted to do in my life, is kind of explain that Grant's Canal paper. So it's going to start. Our story is going to start in the summer of 1862. I'm going to start with sources that I found in a fabulous book by Edwin C. Barse called Rebel Victory at Vicksburg. I just thought I'd announce that because some of you might like to hear that. Might like to hear the concept of rebel victory at Vicksburg based on what you normally hear about happening with the Confederates in Vicksburg. Yes, the summer of 1862, Ed Barse wrote this book about the rebel victory at Vicksburg. He talked about the Confederate ram Arkansas and a bunch of other stuff, but he also talked about this project. Now, it happened in the summer of 1862. The U.S. Navy, with thousands of troops, came down from New England, around into the Gulf of Mexico, up the Mississippi River, won victories at Fort Jackson, Fort St. Phillips. New Orleans fell, pretty soon Baton Rouge fell, and pretty soon these large ocean-going vessels, these frigates, of the Blue Water Navy were pushing their way up the Mississippi River, and they got as far as Vicksburg. The river was low that summer. It was hot that summer. They deposited some thousands of those United States volunteers from New England in this area. And even then, the Admiral Farragut, Admiral David G. Farragut, and his cooperating Army General Thomas Williams, saw that there was no going past Vicksburg. Vicksburg already had those guns frowning down on the Mississippi River. Those ocean-going frigates were not going to get past Vicksburg. Vicksburg was already a Gibraltar of the Confederacy. So they landed those soldiers. Those soldiers camped around here. Vicksburg is back over there. Well, the bridge is there. Vicksburg is up over here. And General Williams came up with this idea. Well, we don't have enough men or enough power to attack Vicksburg, and the Navy can't reduce Vicksburg, but there is this meander bend in the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River has flowed down, it has cut through all of this delta land, and it's scoured all of this dirt away, and it's created a meander bend right across from Vicksburg. And part of that meander is so narrow, the river has carved it so narrow that we could perhaps cut a canal across this meander bend. The name of the meander bend is DeSoto Point. And so General Williams got the idea that we're going to start this canal. It needs to be 13 feet deep. It needs to be this wide. And we're going to dig it out, and we're going to bypass Vicksburg. We won't have to fight for Vicksburg. We'll bypass it. So during the course of the next few weeks, General Williams and his troops began digging. And they began digging. And they began digging a hole, a trench, all the way across DeSoto Point. And this was a fairly narrow part of DeSoto Point at the time. And began digging this out. And they started throwing up the dirt. And then they, it was hot. It was disease time of the year. It was June and July by that time. And these New England volunteers began to quickly get sick. They would quickly get sick, and the number of men that could work on the project decreased and decreased. General Williams had a reputation, a well-earned reputation as being something of a martinet, something of a hard-ass commander, if you want to put it that way. And while men were not working in the canal, he still expected that they would dress in their full uniforms and drill and practice and do all of the things the soldiers were supposed to do. And he watched his men fall sick. He watched the sick list get longer and longer and longer. He didn't do anything about it, and his brigade started to melt away, even as the last of the men were continuing to dig. In order to augment his labor force, General Williams determined that he would go, he would send troops around Madison and Tensas parishes, the parishes that we're in right now, and that they would collect enslaved people from the local plantations, that they would bring those slaves here to continue his project. Now, the local farmers, the local people who were enslaving these folks, had already seen this coming. And they did something that a lot of slave masters did when Union armies were nearby during the Civil War. They took their best workers, their healthiest workers, their young men, and they sent them away. They sent them away. They hid them from the Federals, because they thought if the Federals came, they would take their best slaves away. Furthermore, they were afraid that the youngest, most spirited, most physically fit men and women, would take this opportunity to run, and they didn't want that either. So all of the local planters sent their enslaved laborers off, leaving only the old, the young, the weak, and the infirm on the plantations. This did not matter to General Williams. General Williams impressed the old and the infirm and those who were too young, and pretty soon he had them in that hole, digging it out in the malarial summer in the brutally hot Louisiana summer. And those people also sickened, and those people died. Now, the project, unfortunately, was misdesigned in the first place. The project was never going to work. Williams' project was never going to work. This ditch behind you is designed to cut across DeSoto Point, but the head of the canal, the point of the canal where the water is going to flow in when the project is done, the head of the canal was built so that it would be perpendicular to the flow of the Mississippi River. The canal goes here, the river goes like that. Open up that canal head, sure, water will come into the canal, but the flow of the Mississippi River will not. You'll just get mud and puddles and stuff like that. Should have known better. But that was the way he built the canal. Furthermore, in the summer of 1862, the river was desperately low. Probably like now. Probably worse than now. Lower than now. Drier than now. So not only was the head of the canal misdesigned, even at 13 feet, the canal was not deep enough to let in water from the Mississippi River. And all the time, General Williams' workers are sickening and dying. First, he ruined his soldiers, and now he was killing the enslaved people that he brought from Madison and Tensas Parish. It seemed clear to him that this was now going to be a failed effort. His guys were too sick. He couldn't stay here anymore. So he ordered that everybody get up, get on the Navy ships, and go back down to Baton Rouge. Give up this project of digging the canal, go back to Baton Rouge, and think of something else there. In doing so, General Williams and the federal authorities abandoned the enslaved workers. They didn't take anybody with them. They abandoned the enslaved workers who were themselves sick and malnourished and diseased and dying. And in a manner, in an episode that could only seem paradoxical to us, General Pemberton sent details of Confederate soldiers across the river. Was it Pemberton already in the summer? No. Or Van Dorn might have been over there. Van Dorn. General Van Dorn sent details of Confederate soldiers over here, Confederate soldiers on a humanitarian mission to gather up these enslaved people and take them back to their, if you want, quote, homes, to the places that they came from before, where at least they would be able to possibly recover their health, although returning to the state of slavery, being returned to slavery. Not a great outcome for this project. It does not portray the best traditions of the U.S. Armed Forces. But the Federals got back to Baton Rouge. In August of 1862, the Confederates attacked Baton Rouge, and General Thomas Williams was killed in that battle of Baton Rouge. So, to the extent that he would have ever explained his thinking in this episode, we're not ever going to get that. But we ended up with a lot of suffering and a lot of death, and a ditch that didn't go anywhere and didn't do anything. So, we will go forward in time, and it is now January of 1863. General William T. Sherman has brought an expedition down the river from Memphis. They have fought the battle at Chickasaw Bayou, which I'm going to have to paraphrase here, but if anybody knows the quote, said, I landed my force, I attacked, and I failed.
Arrived at the appointed time, attacked and failed.
I arrived at the appointed time, attacked and failed. Thank you, Cub. Thank you, Uncle Billy, for that detailed report on the Battle of Chickasaw Bayou. But he put his, so Sherman got his people back in the boats, went back onto the Mississippi River. Now McClernand had arrived. He was senior. They went up to Arkansas Post. They did that whole thing. They came down the river, and then Sherman and McClernand, with McClernand in command, stopped and landed their people at places like Young's Point and Milliken's Bend, and across the mouth from the Yazoo River, upstream from Vicksburg. Now Grant's army has arrived. Pretty soon Grant arrived. Upon arriving, Grant started looking for all of the things he might do to get around Vicksburg. And that involved, he had already made a major overland campaign on the Mississippi Central Railroad. Didn't work. He had already made the Chickasaw Bayou expedition. Didn't work. He was looking for chances to get around. There would be an opportunity to dig a canal north of here at Duckport that might lead the boats into the backwaters of the Louisiana bayous and so on, and they could weave their way around until finally maybe they could come out below in the Mississippi River below Vicksburg. He had that going. And then he looked at Williams Ditch, and he said to himself, well, we could see if we could make this work. And he talked to his engineer, to his chief, I think a chief engineer at the time, Captain Frederick Prime. Captain Frederick Prime of the United States Engineers. And he said, Prime, can you make this thing work? And Prime came back with a report. And he said that, well, the ditch is pretty good. We only need to dig a few more feet out of it. There are still trees growing out of the middle of the ditch, so we're going to have to cut those. And there's brush that needs to be taken out. And if we were to build a new head of the canal that didn't go perpendicular to the flow of the Mississippi River, but went into the flow of the Mississippi River, and then dig that out and have a dam at the head of it until the whole thing is ready, then we could blow the dam, let the river flow in to the to the canal. Prime took his measurements. He stood out on the Mississippi River and he measured the time it took for a single item to float between two determined points. And Prime determined that the Mississippi River, which was high at the time, was flowing at more than 3 feet per second. And more than 3 feet per second was enough to scour lush soil. And in other words, wash it. If the river was flowing at more than 3 feet per second, it should be able to wash lush soil. He said he also took, was more loss on the other side of the river. That's why those hills are there. More of that dust blew over the river and settled there. But undergirding that was clay. And Captain Prime was concerned that the clay would not scour at 3 feet per second. It might need to be a higher volume of water flowing faster. And indeed, he was not sure if it would work. I knew, because of my class, that even by that time, hydrologists had created a bit of math that even I could do called the Manning equation. And the Manning equation came with, it was a mathematical equation with coefficients, Manning coefficients for different types of soil. And so you plug in those coefficients for the type of soil that you're looking to scour, and the Manning equation will tell you, will it scour or won't it? How fast does the water need to be going? What volume of water do you need to make it work? And the Manning equation told me that it should have worked. That about 3 to 3.2 feet per second with Mississippi River volume of water hitting that clay should scour the lust, and should also scour the clay, and should scour out the canal. And but Captain Prime didn't have the Manning equation, and so he was concerned whether if he tried this, whether the clay would scour at all. But he was going to try it. And so that meant that the soldiers that had camped here now got to work. Now it was wet in January and February of 1862. It rained a lot. The river was booming. The river, not only was the river high enough to come in, the river was threatening to come up over the levee by that time. And soldiers of the 13th Corps camped on that side of the canal, and they sent out details every day, and they started digging out this canal. They started expanding Williams Canal. They started digging it out, and they also they needed to start working to remove tree stumps and other things like that, snags that could hit a boat. And things were progressing pretty well. And then on the 4th of March, it could be the 4th or the 5th, should have looked that up, but 4th to 5th March, the dam at the head of the canal failed. It was a night of pounding rain. It was late at night. It was in the middle of the night. Big rainstorm. The soldiers were all washed out of their tents already. They were already fleeing to the levee to try to get dry. They're all wet as drowned rats already. And on that night, the dam failed. The dam failed, and the Mississippi River came rushing into the canal. The canal was not done. They still had plenty that they had to get out of there. Lots of tree stumps and all the rest. They had previously had problems with flooding in the canal, which was preventing them from working on the canal. So the engineers had cut crevasses in the western bank of the canal to drain it. They wanted it dry while they worked on it, and so they cut crevasses. Now the dam is busted. The dam is busted, the Mississippi River comes flowing in, and there are crevasses cut in the western end of the canal, which allows that Mississippi water to run in to the camps of the soldiers, and the entire Union camp in that area was washed out. Flooded, washed out. Everybody running for higher ground. The only higher ground was the levee. Thousands of men lined up along the levee with all of their stuff flooded out in the swamp, the new swamp below them. This was a disaster. This was a disaster, and so it could have, for practical purposes, it signaled the failure of the project. But Captain Prime did not have orders to quit the project. And so, and Grant said, well, what else can you do? And Prime came up with another plan, and we're going to talk about that at another time, in a short time. But right now, we've covered just about everything that happened here, and I want you to take another look around at the environment. Now, we are near the mouth of the canal, which means where the canal would come out and go back into Mississippi River. Maybe a quarter mile that way, or just beyond that levee over there, would have been where the canal would have come out if it were working. Then there would have been the river. Then there would have been the bluffs that we were just at. And on top of those bluffs was a little community, I guess, called Warrenton. And the Confederates at Warrenton had built a very strong battery with heavy cannons looking right down into the canal. So had the canal succeeded and had riverboats come down the canal and out into the river, the Confederates would have blasted them into matchsticks. Nevertheless, this was the project. And so let's take another few minutes to just kind of look around at the canal, and then we're going to take a road march for a short distance and see some more stuff having to do with the canal that is very interesting.
So one of Sherman's first sentences is, the canal don't amount to much.
The canal don't amount to much. Yeah. But that was because, he said that because Grant had asked him, report on the condition of Williams Canal, see what we can do with it. And he said, the canal don't amount to much.
So how long would this have been?
Gosh, Rick, the actual length of the canal from head to mouth, a mile?
If it's that long.
Yeah, maybe not even a mile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any remnants of it going that way?
Huh?
Is there more remnants of it going that way?
There is.
Now, were they digging to the proper depth and width, or were they hoping that there was going to scour?
We're going to talk about that. But yeah, they were hoping. They were not. This is not a project to create a canal. It was a project to divert the river, and the river was supposed to be the way. Yeah.
Wasn't there another canal further north?
There was the other canal.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about when I told you it was
Lake Providence has one. Yeah.
And if you really want to go up to, you got the Yazoo Pass.
And they go up the Yazoo Pass. Yeah. You got a lot going on. Grant wanted to get around. Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Levee in that lake up there and flooded all of that stuff here in Yazoo City and that area. And then they put the boats in and said, see what goes up, see how far you can get up here, go around here. That whole book.
Perspective on Grant's Canal. But another little bit of autobiography. I got my grade on that paper, but I had not been able to access the levee overlooking the head of Grant's Canal. I had always wanted to do that. And I had consulted with the Corps of Engineers historian. There's a historian in Vicksburg for Corps of Engineers, at least it was at the time. Mike Robinson was the historian at the time. I consulted with Dr. Robinson. He'd given me detailed topographic maps with overlays of everything. He said, yeah, you can use those, you can have them, you can take them back. But I could not get over the fact that I didn't get to go to where the canal head was. And the maps were so intriguing. Just past that that levee over there, there's a chute to the river, then there's a sandbar, then there's all sorts of nonsense out there. And but there were two very intriguing chutes that didn't seem to be where they should be. And in my paper I said evidence of topographic relief shows that there may be some remnant of the head of Grant's Canal. That's what I told my professor, and figured out that language. Well, he said, there's evidence of topographic relief. I couldn't let it go. Then they invented satellites and Google Maps and all the rest. And a week ago, I'm still staring at Google Maps, saying, how do I get there? I want to get there. I want to take us everybody there. And then, last night when I was proving this program, I went there. After all those years, I parked over there.
Oh, no.
Where they actually further over there. You can't see where I parked. The road goes from Delta out to a concrete company that's on the river, or a gravel company that's on the river, and then I all the way there. And once I was there, I said, you know, I only came up here because I wanted to come up here. So I'm not going to make everybody. Because the next step would be getting into the cars, driving through Delta, parking on top of the levee. I do not know whether it's okay or not. Walking around a gate like we did earlier today, and then walking across right across the horizon, so that anybody that would not want us there would obviously see us. And eventually be 1 mile from our cars, just so we could be there. And so last night I thought to myself, well, okay, you did it. Yeah, that was what you wanted to do. I made you a video. Tony has a copy of it. I have a copy of it. And if anybody wants to watch the video, hit me up, and I have it on my Google Drive, and I'll share it with you, and you can watch it. It'll be substantially what I'm about to say now, except it's me over there in the place that I have wanted to be for 30 years. I do not feel any more fulfilled in my life choices. You want to see exactly where it is? Okay. Yeah, okay, I'll tell you that. In fact, it's part of our program. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So let's get to Grant's Canal. Now, the Grant Canal trace is what you have just seen, and that is the best evidence of what was actually left from the work of the soldiers. But Grant's Canal and the Grant Canal trace can still be traced, and it is this ditch on the other side of that field. See how we have a field here, the field over there, then overgrowth that defines the separation between the two fields. And it's a ditch. It's a ditch that holds water, and I'm sure they use it for irrigation. And that ditch is Grant's Canal. It is what is left from the rest of Grant's Canal. Now, of course, it has been used by farmers every year since 1863, so of course it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the work that the soldiers did, but that is it. That is Grant's Canal. And then when you get to the levee, now this answer to your question, you get all the way across, and then you see the underbrush crawling up to the top of the levee. Yeah. And that's where I was. That's where I was standing. And just beyond that would have been the historic canal head of Grant's Canal. And so that is the point where General Williams misdesigned his canal and built it at a perpendicular angle to the flow of the river at a time when the river wasn't producing enough volume of flow anyway to scour. Beyond that, in that field beyond, that's the camps of McClernand's 13th Corps. So this is a pretty good view spot, right? We have pretty good view shed for telling the story, even though Grant's Canal is not literally in front of us anymore. So in 1863, all of that stuff that was field, low ground, pretty much the way it is now is the way it was then. It was McClernand's 13th Corps. The levee, there was a levee, and it was further that way at the time, but it was basically in this area. And then the canal went up there. It was in this area that they cut the crevasses on the western side of the canal so that the canal could drain and the soldiers could get, the work details could get in there and get them out. And it was just above there where they built the new mouth to the canal. Now, in order to build that mouth to the canal, they couldn't just do that with picks and shovels. At this point, they called upon civilian engineers, and they hired two enormous steam dredges, two dredging machines. Yeah, they had them at the time, with a huge scoop that would go down underwater, and they would use these dredges to dredge out the port at Louisville or Nashville or wherever. These huge dredges worked up and down the Ohio and Mississippi River, and their names were Hercules and Samson. The Hercules and the Samson. So the Army hired these private dredges and the engineers to come down and start digging out the new head of Grant's Canal. And it was the Samson and the Hercules working day and night digging out that canal. At the same time, in Vicksburg, the Confederates have cannons. And the big ones reach here. The big ones reach here, and the Confederates can see what's going on out here. And so they start saying to themselves, I'm going to start bothering those guys over there. Even in the summer of 1862, the Confederates were trying to, with target practice, to try to drop shells into Williams Canal. So while the soldiers are digging the canal, the Confederates are infrequently, but frequently enough, firing huge cannonballs at them. Now, it's very wet at the time, and even without the flood, it's very wet at the time. The canal is filling with water. There's standing water all over here. So when these shells hit the water, if they explode, it's just a huge torrent of goo up and over everybody. If you survive it, they're covered in goo. And the Confederates every now and then are going woo woo when they drop one into the canal, actually into the canal, and they see it go woo. And they see the soldiers running everywhere and then coming back, and then the water all flows back in. And the Confederates were having a pretty good time with that. And so, but we got to the point of March 7th, 1863, when the head of the canal broke. Head of the canal broke, everything flooded, the crevasses were open, the men were flooded out of their camps, they retreated to the levee. Tens of thousands of men building new camps, new pup tents on the levee. At the same time, a lot of these guys were getting sick, as they had been before. So the hospitals had to be on dry ground. The levees on dry ground. And so now all of the men in the camp are on the levee, as well as the hospitals are on the levee. And then with the hospitals on the levee, lots of men very sick, and so the soldiers begin to die. These Union soldiers begin to die, and there is no place dry to bury them. So the soldiers are buried in the levee. They dug out the levee, they put the bodies of the dead in the levee, still while the rest of the soldiers are camping on the levee to try to stay out of the water. And so there's a very miserable situation for Grant's soldiers over there. And then I'll finish that with a thought, an observation from an Indiana soldier, Reuben Bentley Scott of the 67th Indiana, was one of the soldiers up there, and he wrote a long poetic paragraph about the rain coming day after day and flooding everything, and the dead being buried in the levees, and everybody getting sick and going hungry. And then he finishes with the image of that the river continued to scour out the levee until finally the bodies of their dead comrades were washed out of the levee and into the river and carried down, and the Confederates in Vicksburg could watch the bodies of their enemies floating by the Vicksburg waterfront as they continued to crowd up on that levee. Now, Captain Prime, I told you Captain Prime had one more option. General Grant said he was not ready to give up the project yet, so Captain Prime said, well, what we're going to do, what we'll try to do is we'll load up a couple of barges, get a couple of barges totally filled with dirt, and we're going to float them down the river, and using the enormous dredges, we will fit the barges into the head of the canal and reseal the head of the canal, repair the head of the canal. Once we do that, we can start draining the water from the canal. Then we can fix the crevasses. Then we can get back. Maybe the rain will stop sometime soon. I don't know. But it's a desperate undertaking. He can't even say how long that this is all going to take. But they're going to try it anyway. So they got the barges. They got them filled up. They brought them down with towboats and got them fitted to the dredges. They put posts into the bank, into the levee, threw hawsers from the barges to the posts, and then started trying to draw it in. They started tightening it in, pulling that barge in, and they had capstans on the steam capstans on the dredges that could, they could pull it taut, and they started pulling the barges in, and they're getting close, and the upstream hawser parted. It snapped. The rope snapped. The river was booming. It came roaring in. It took the barge they were working with. It swept it out of the head of the canal, whipped it around the barge, whipped it around the dredge. It slammed into the side of the dredge. It started to pull it down. The dredge started to tilt. It started to capsize. It started to flood. And finally, the crew had no choice but to take axes and hammer through, axe through the other hawser. And then now the last solution to the canal project, the barges go floating down the Mississippi River on the current of the Mississippi River. And once again, they're back where they started. In order to do that, they had to, in order to save the steam dredge, a civilian steam dredge that the Army has rented, they had to abandon that project. They continued to dig. They continued to try to dig out that canal head, but more and more, especially the Confederates, started to really get their target practice. They had a lot of target practice by this time. The Confederates could really start landing shells where they wanted them over here, and so they could only dig at night. They could only run the barges at night, and usually the work they did at night was flooded and ruined during the day. But then it got worse. In order to feed the fires of the dredges, they had to open the furnaces to throw more coal in. When they opened the furnaces of the dredges, the Confederates could see the barge, or the dredge. So every time they had to open those furnaces, they did boom, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa. And every time they fired, the Confederates got closer and closer. So finally, Grant was prevailed upon just to say this is over. This is over, we can't get it done, and we're going to lose more men, we're going to lose more equipment, we're going to lose these dredges, we've got to quit. And so that is when Grant called off the project. I believe it was around the 20th of March. So more than a week after the disaster, they continued trying to make it work, which is what I was talking about
on that tablet, it said it ended on the 7th. They tried for more than 2 weeks, unsuccessfully, to rehabilitate the project. And so that was the end of the Grants Canal project. The other canal projects continued on. And in fact, the heroic efforts to save the dredge, I think it was the Hercules, they moved that up to the Duckport Canal. They moved it into the Duckport Canal to cut out the Duckport Canal. We're not going to talk about that entire thing. But they had the dredge in the Duckport Canal, and the river fell, and the dredge was left high and dry. And a few months later, when the Union soldiers packed up their backpacks and started marching out of the camps that are around Duckport, I forget who was there, maybe 15th Corps is up there. They go marching out of Duckport, and everybody's rubbernecking and craning because they're all looking back, and they see this huge steam dredge sitting high and dry in the middle of a Mississippi field.
Oh my God. What a sight.
And they go, what happened there? And that was the end, I think, of the Hercules. And that was the end of that particular part. Yes, none of the tricks, none of the engineering tricks got Grant to Vicksburg. What was required was to get over the river. And once the roads dried, once the weather got warmer, no more tricks, no more easy solutions. The soldiers shouldered their backpacks, marched down the river. The Navy ran the batteries. It's another story, good one though. And pretty soon, on the 1st of May, 1863, Grant's army began ferrying across the Mississippi River at Bruinsburg, and thus began the Overland Campaign that resulted ultimately on the 4th of July, 1863, in the surrender of Vicksburg. So that is the end of the saga of William's Ditch, of Grant's Canal. And like I said, I did the denouement to start. How do we get the Mississippi River to do what we want it to do? How do we get the river to change its course in order to bypass Vicksburg and permit us to not have to attack it? Well, the river will do that itself in 1876. So if you're going to use that tactic, you better be prepared for the Vicksburg campaign to last 12 more years. Because the river's going to do what the river is going to do. Yes, it is. And so, in some extent, like I said, this was a science paper. So I wrote a paper about how much water, at what volume, running at what velocity would be required to move this much soil of this type in this sort of area. And my conclusion was that Grant's Canal project could have worked, but it would have had to be more like a civil engineering project. You could have taken a year to dig out the canal properly. You could have had shored up the sides, dug it out. Yeah, you definitely can redirect the Mississippi River under certain circumstances. The problem was Grant had a clock ticking. Yeah. Another problem was that the workers could not survive in the environment where they had to do the work. Another problem was the Confederates were shooting great big cannonballs at them. And so my professor liked my paper, and he said, so your conclusion is that even a potentially successful engineering project, hydrology product, could be derailed by social factors. Yeah. And I said, you know what? Yeah, social factors. Like war. like a war. But my professor was very happy with that. He goes, he said that's an excellent way to look at it as a scientist, because
science can't be the whole thing. People are still going to screw you up. Or unpredictable factors are still going to screw you up. You can't just make a calculation and know it's going to go. You can't just understand the Manning equation and know that that amount of water moving that fast will move all of that mud, because there's too many other factors here. And so if you want to build a canal, you need to build it like a civil engineer would do. It's going to take years. We have lots of good canals. We've redirected the Tennessee River into the Gulf of Mexico with the Tombigbee Canal. Go and see that one. That's a good example of how to make this work. This is a great example of how to make a ditch in the middle of a field. But I would also say that on the side of history and the military history of it, it was a disaster for Grant's army. This was a disaster for Grant's army. Grant's army was not just camped over here waiting for the campaign to begin. They were over here suffering, dying, sickening, and just enduring terrible hardship. And so many of these soldiers broke down and never even made it into the Vicksburg campaign. When Grant did cross that river, he did it with far fewer men than he might otherwise have done if it had not been for this quixotic effort to redirect the Mississippi River. Grant talked about it a little bit in his memoirs, and to me it's not a satisfying explanation. Grant said, basically said, I didn't want the men to get lazy and just sit around in camp, and I wanted them to get good exercise. And so I told them that they should all go build this canal. Once you learn the history of the canal, you understand that can't possibly be what was on his mind. He had to be thinking, I can make this work and it's worth their lives and their health to do it. And then when it didn't work, well, maybe he changed his mind about why he had ordered the project in the first place afterwards. I don't know. Grant,
you're right.
Yeah, Grant died before the memoirs were published, so no one ever got to refute him on that. Well, yeah, what do you think? You've read that part.
You're right. If anything had worked, he would have been happy. But nothing worked. You know, the geography was against him. Steele's Bayou, all the different bayous he tried to come down.
Yeah.
And this, Lincoln was getting reports on this.
Yeah.
He was very interested. So you're right.
Right.
If it would have worked, it would have been great.
That would have been great.
It didn't work, so he went to another plane.
But again, thank you very much for the observance. I had forgot to mention that President Lincoln in the White House was very interested in this plan, and he would ask for reports on it. And I can't help but imagine that men were suffering and dying long after they should have stopped this project, because somebody in charge of something says, somebody upstairs says that we have to keep doing this.
Which is why Charles Dana is sent here.
Yeah. One reason why Charles Dana is sent here, so that Lincoln get accurate reports.
And all the rumors of all the men dying here and the drinking and everything else that's going on here. And but he is taken in by Grant, and he reports back favorably.
Yeah.
Do you know why he was there? I don't think it was a big secret.
Question.
Yes.
If it had worked, the Confederates were waiting for him, right? So even if it had worked, would it have still been a disaster?
That we're starting to cross into the woulda, shoulda, coulda
That's right.
part of history. But it's fun to think about that. No, without saying woulda, shoulda, coulda, I can simply observe that the Confederates had strong batteries at Warrenton facing right down into what would have been the mouth of the canal where the boats would come. Yep. Obviously, if they had gone ahead and done that, then Grant would have had opportunities to make other different decisions about to get around those batteries, stuff like that.
Sink one boat and you shut off the canal. Possibly.
Exactly. Over here.
So, you've got the canal, the ditch going through the levee, right?
Yeah.
Did the levee have gates?
No.
Because the levee is trying to hold the river back.
Yeah.
there's something missing there. Because the water would have been coming in regardless
Gotcha.
of whether the dam failed or not.
Gotcha. No, the levee was cut in order to create the canal project.
But was the dam right at the levee?
No, you're right. The dam was at the head of the canal.
Yeah.
It was literally
at the levee right there. Because otherwise, it's coming in.
Right. Well, there was still earth on the other side of the levee, especially in the summer.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, by January, the head of the canal was roughly at the levee, except it was more of a dam. Yeah, you call it a gate, but it's not a gate the way you would want it
Not a
to.
removable dam.
Yeah, yeah, not the way you'd want it to be.
That's
Just
where
an
the
earthen
would have
dam.
been, and you're going to blow that. It's cut through the levee, and that's where it comes from.
Right. It'd blow the earthen dam, and then that was the plan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Are there any Confederate reports on their observations of this effort?
There are certainly there's a. I found a quote from a Confederate letter that was in the old courthouse museum. The former historian over there is a guy named Dr. Gordon Cotton, and he had a lot of good Confederate manuscripts over there. Yeah, he had at least one that I was paraphrasing from a Confederate officer that was saying how excited they were that they were able to reach the canal with their artillery, and how they had a lot of satisfaction there. Cotton also had a very good letter by a Confederate lieutenant named Dabney Maury Scales, and that is the only source we have on the Confederate response to the enslaved people being abandoned by the Federals. There's no mention of any kind in any federal report, General Williams or anything, about what became of the enslaved people that they forced to work on the canal. So the only thing we know about what happened to the slaves was a letter from Lieutenant Scales about how detail came over here to take the sick and broken down and suffering slaves and take them back to their, as he called them, homes. Back to slavery.
I got a real quick autobiography.
Okay.
Kind of drawn off Bjorn. I was here 40-ish years ago and asked a ranger, how do you get out to Grants Canal, because I wanted to see it. And he gave me directions that took me through the town of Delta over the levee out here where Bjorn is talking about, and it was out in the woods. And I was wandering around out there, and I was literally standing in it before I realized I was in it, because it was just underbrush and woods. And I'm looking up, and I'm like, realize that the sides are above me.
Yeah.
It's like, this is really it. So didn't take any measurements.
Yeah.
But it was very.
So you got off over in those woods over there at that point.
Yeah.
You pounded around enough to actually find a trace.
Yeah. It was very cool to be there and see that. He didn't tell me anything about this. I didn't even know that.
He may not have known about it 40 years ago.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, all of the interpretation has been added since then. When I was here in college, it was just the park historian Terry Winchell brought me out there, and it was just a hole in the ground.
Wow.
This was dedicated in January of 1999. We had just gotten the land a few years before. Terry Winchell worked on all the legislation. One of the things that he told me was that little parcel of land there belonged to 5 different people. And the government had to work through all of that, to get donations and everything. And then Boy Scouts came out here. I think it was an Eagle Scout project, and you see what's next to it. That's what that area looked like. It was completely covered, and then they uncovered it.
Well, Ranger had told me, he said that you're right up against private property. Be careful where you go. And I remember when I was out there, I saw a sign that basically told me, "Don't go over there."
Yeah.
So it's
I did not.
Very cool.
Well, thank you. Then I guess thank you for joining me today for these 3 programs on the epic hikes. We learned about mountaineers. We learned about mines blowing holes in forts, and we learned about floods carrying away Grant's camps. So I think those are 3 things, and my science paper. And so,
did you make an A?
Yes. For non-majors.
So we're giving him an A.